what is like what are we doing? Like, what is happening?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the latest Chillporeal. And with me, I have not just any writing brother, but Petey York himself. What's up, Petey York? Thanks for joining me.
I greatly appreciate you having me on. This is awesome. I'm looking forward to telling everybody and their mom why they're wrong about Star Wars and Star Trek.
I appreciate you being here. Lucky to have you. So before we even get any further, we just want to say hello to the chat. We got Mark Clark, and of course, I don't know who this Petey York is, but thank you again, Petey York, for being a member. And because of that, you get a special little, I hear a transmission. I don't know about you, but I think I hear a transmission, a welcoming transmission from a young Mike Ehrmantraut.
I swear, if you ever show your face out there again,
I won't.
ever,
I won't.
ever.
I won't. I promise you.
Oh!
Welcome back.
Ow!
Yeah, love that.
Welcome to the club. Here's your punch to the gut.
There you go. Beverly Hills Cop, future video eventually. So, and we got Alex Moore here. What's up, Alex? Thanks for being here. All right, so I figure since this happens, let's start with. So, how did you find yourself, Petey York? How did you find yourself in this this section of the internet? This dark section.
Well, to open that particular mystery box, we're going to need to start my story at the origin point. But that's after we've had 3 episodes of action, shoot 'em up. Then we're going to tell my origin story, and then we'll go tell your origin story to that epic point of where we met and encountered each other on the grand, wild frontier that is the internet. Now, just a quick rundown of my background. So I've been a nerd my entire life. I am a whole 32 year. I've done 32 plus laps around the sun. Looking forward to celebrating my 33rd in April of next year. And my whole life, I've been a nerd. I've been into Star Trek, and I get to establish a little more credibility on this particular live stream because I got all my toys out. So if you don't believe me, here's a prop tricorder my little brother got for me. Here's a sandwich box from my favorite sandwich shop in the world. Luckily, we've got one in the town I currently live in, so if you happen to make it out here. And there we go. Bunch of Star Trek micro machines.
You got a board cube too, I see.
Yeah. No, I got the board cube, and then of course, no Jedi. Not a Jedi without your lightsaber, of course. And
that's the Anakin lightsaber, right?
Actually, it was a take on Luke's lightsaber in episode 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's not the exact model. They actually do have a replica of that specific model that has the thinner one. But this one actually resembled the lightsaber that I acquired in Star Wars The Old Republic. And so when I bought this, I was like, ooh, I want to have it resemble what I use in the game as closely as possible. It doesn't work right now. I do need to send it in for maintenance. But, it still makes for a nice little aircraft-grade aluminum pipe that you can use in case of an emergency.
Oh, okay.
and then, you know what, here as a little bonus nerdism, because I actually do I have respect for fandom and nerd culture all around. That's why I decided to wear this particular shirt, because even though I've watched Doctor Who, I'm not like a huge Whovian. I try to respect those that, yeah, exactly. Nice shirt right there. You got the Star Trek. But of course, shout out to one of the other writer brothers, Corione, wherever he's at. Here, this is my first ever Transformer. And so,
Which Transformer is that?
This one is called Smokescreen. He is from my favorite Transformers iteration. That is the Transformers Armada. which aired on
okay.
Cartoon Network back in the day on Toonami, and I thought that was one of the better versions of the show personally. But I tried watching, I think it was Energon that came after, and I was like, this is, they made it, it's too much like a kid's, I can't do it. So haven't really been keeping up with Transformers as much since. Always forever, Star Wars, Star Trek, those are my first two loves.
Have you ever watched Prime, Transformers Prime? That was done by, before New Trek was a thing, by Orky and Kurtzman.
No, I actually, I think now that you mention it, I think I heard stuff about it actually being decent, which, I mean...
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard mixed things from people. A good friend of mine, really enjoyed it. It's basically they bring back. I know ultimately they bring back Unicron. I think that's how the show ends. Like, so it's just kids and Transformers and Unicron at the end, and it didn't look bad from what I saw. And it was all around the same time Clone Wars was premiering its first like 4 seasons or something. I don't remember. I think it might still be on Netflix. The last time I checked, I don't know. It was years ago though, so who knows? But yeah, so I forget how did we meet? Like how did we come face to face? Well, was it my Picard season 3 stream? Was it Twitter?
I think I found you because you were doing those watch-alongs, and so I somehow got into your Discord, and I was, like, watching along, and then you guys were, like, really hating on it a lot, and I'm like, alright, well, we don't agree on that, that's fine. I just quietly walked away, because it was like, well, that's not... There's no point in arguing in the chat, especially if everybody else is just getting angry, and you know what? Then it wasn't like you guys were making bad points all around. And the thing about Picard Season 3 is it's by no means a Star Trek masterpiece. But it's definitely, I don't think, the trash heap that a lot of people feel it is either. I think there's a lot of other Star Trek properties that we can get into later. But the point is that I make, it's like, I wasn't going to be like, oh, you guys are just being negative, whatever, because I didn't sense any of that either. That's the other thing that I want to be clear on, is like when people give negative opinions, it's absolutely necessary in order for as a writer myself, I'm not going to grow without criticism, especially hard criticism. And so I accept and I respect that fact, and that's not a problem for me. And so that's not what I have an issue with when it comes to criticizing these shows. The problem I'm noticing is that while there was a lot of message injected into it, particularly from what's commonly referred to as wokeism, it's like that's not the only that's not the message itself isn't so much the problem, it's how they're delivering it, because people are allowed to have their opinions on that stuff, and whether you agree with it or not isn't so much the point. It's the fact that yes, people can express themselves. However, the catch of that is if you don't respect your audience in the process, they aren't going to listen. And so I still agree with calling that out and keeping that to account when it comes to any kind of thing. Especially if I agree with the message and it's a bad movie or it's a bad show, I'm still going to say, like, no, you've misrepresented these values bad because you place these values over characters and over plot. And if you place your message over your storytelling aspect, then it's going to get lost. And that's the other thing that the people, I think somebody out there, I don't remember who it was, I've just seen it cycle Twitter, somebody actually did pay attention to watching a majority of Star Trek and pointed out that it's 15% philosophy and values and whatnot. The rest of it is sci-fi adventure. And that's where, and that's what's really astonished me as on my journey as a writer myself, is it's like, you have to be careful about how preachy you get in your story, regardless of if people happen to agree with you or not. Because the point of your message shouldn't necessarily, if you're going to be controversial, let's just put it like that. Let's put that stipulation out there. Obviously, everybody has the right to say whatever they want, publish however they want, and if you don't want to listen to me, great. But if you do want to listen, if you're going to put controversial opinions out there, I have found personally that it's always best to try and take the objective route and to be respectful of the fact that other people are not going to agree with you, but listen to why they don't agree. If you listen to why somebody doesn't understand something, you start to realize, oh, we might agree on other things entirely, but it's just seems this particular aspect there's nothing there. And so that's what I saw going on your channel, was its genuine distaste from the heart. I'm not going to argue somebody's personal feelings and say, nah, you're stupid and wrong for having feelings that are contrary to mine. I used to do that. I did. But I don't anymore. However, where I start to have issue is when people decide, oh yeah, it's more of the same, when it's not. And that's been my biggest focal point with Ahsoka. No, it's not. Ahsoka is I think, and this is all the theories from the information sources that I follow and what we talk about on the Writer Brothers and the stuff. What I think happened, first of all, my opinion on this alleged Lucasfilm Civil War, was I think there was a clear contingent of Kathleen Kennedy and her loyalists and people that she brought in, waging a war against Jon Favreau, and that's it. I think Favreau was the mitigator in Lucasfilm, because he's the one who brought Mandalorian to life and showed that here we can do micro Star Wars and show like stories that aren't necessarily connected to the jet. Okay, that didn't age well after the first episode, but you know, stories that are detached from the Jedi and the Sith and even the Skywalkers. And okay, it was doing so good in that first season. But anyway,
I mean, I'll be honest. I Mandalorian season 1. There was an episode I liked. It was episode 7. The last couple episodes, episode 8 was okay. It was a solid finale. Episode 7 was good, because episode 7 I felt like there was like real stakes, and then it just the way it ended, I was like, whoa! You killed this character. You killed a character, and it was a character that I was somewhat invested in. The one that says "I have spoken." You know, that one, the one that Nick Nolte plays. I forget his name.
Yeah.
But that was a good episode. And then you had these creepy flying creatures come and like steal their, I don't know if they were horses or the thing the that they were riding on. That was a creepy part too. I was just like, I was paying attention. Like it got me. And you can do that. I mean, you don't necessarily have to have the Jedi and the Sith to make a good story. I mean, I just watched a show called Banshee. Now, Banshee is a Cinemax, is a show that's full of the male gaze. It's full of swearing and graphic violence. If you made a show like that where bad guys are bad, when a bad guy you could have multiple storylines with multiple bad guys, like kind of like the original trilogy did. You know, you had the Empire, but you also had that little other arc featuring a certain Jabba the Hutt and Han Solo that didn't get resolved in the first Star Wars movie, and they bring it up in the Empire, and then we see how Empire ends, and then we get to see it in Jedi. I just wish there weren't so many puppets in Jabba's palace, and they didn't spend nearly as much time. But hey, whatever. It is what it is. So, but I think that's what I liked about the original trilogy. I was thinking they were going to do that with if they were going to make a live action Star Wars show, they were going to go in that route, and they just didn't really do that. Like I wanted to, I don't know, but
I mean, I think when it comes to Star Wars, is I'll just go ahead and set the mood, set the tone for everybody. Look, regardless of if you think Filoni is God and saving Star Wars, or you think he's Satan and aligned with Kathleen Kennedy, the simple fact remains that ultimately, at the end of the day, Star Wars being where it is right now is because of Bob Iger. Bob Iger is the one who boasts about twisting George's arm to sign. Like, I used to blame George for a minute, but then apparently I read about the deal, and I guess because George had already signed a bunch of royalties with Disney already, there was a whole thing that George was going to potentially lose money if he didn't agree. It was really just bad. And so Iger brags, but then add to that the fact that Iger brags about that and is proud of that.
Yeah, he said that in an autobiography, if I remember correctly. I remember a lot of people covered that. I was just like,
yeah. So,
he literally said, I mean, I remember when the deal happened, when it was announced in 2012. I remember the first thing that came out of Bob Iger's mouth is 3 years, expect another Star Wars movie. And I was thinking, at the time I didn't know any better. I was a sweet summer child then. I wasn't actually a child. I was already an adult. I was already graduated college, well past. But 3 years is not enough time to develop not only a Star Wars film but a trilogy. I mean, Star Wars, the original Star Wars, that started during when he was working on when George Lucas was working on American Graffiti, the one they did that came out in 73. Where were you in 62? So he was already working on that. He was trying to get the rights to Flash Gordon because he wanted to make his own version of 1930s serials, comics, all that sweet stuff. And then he did that even further with Indiana Jones. But he started at least 4 or 5. He had 4 or 5 years before he was able to complete it. And the same for the prequels. I mean, there's that famous video. He's at his desk. I don't know if this is at Lucasfilm. He's like, I'm going to begin my writing of Star Wars Episode 1. And then you see his bookshelf, which is full of science fiction, including Starship Troopers, the Lensmen. If you don't know what Lensmen are, that's where he got the idea for the Jedi being the Guardians of Peace. I mean, the let's just say Green Lantern stole ideas from the Lensmen. I've brought this up several times, but he's got a whole bunch of science fiction books to kind of lean off of to come up with ideas and all that. And that was another. I think when did Episode 1 come out? 99. So it takes at least 4 to 5 years to develop not only the first film, but the first film of a trilogy, basically. And we know that in the original trilogy, it wasn't originally going to be a trilogy. Like he was originally going to do 6 films, but then every film just got him, more and more. Like he just couldn't handle it to the point. So because he was going to make a second trilogy right after right after the original trilogy, where Luke had a sister that wasn't Leia, and the Emperor would somehow be involved in that trilogy, and Vader would already be out of the picture by then, and which is something I love to find out what exactly they wanted to do if they'll ever come out if they'll ever get released.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I would like to. I think that the opportunity now exists with elements that have been. Well, I can't really say introduced because the Veil of the Force came about in 2018 after the release of Last Jedi, and yet before the release of Solo, which I found interesting that Filoni brings in this sort of little piece of this plot device that can now be used to change the timeline of Star Wars. I know he's out there saying that the Veil of the Force isn't really time travel and whatnot. It's like, look, I get that he's saying that stuff, but it doesn't change the fact that regardless of how you look at it, in Rebels, a future version of Ezra saves Ahsoka in the past. That's time travel. That requires one event to have moved past the other to affect a past event and save her life. People say, well, it's not a big deal. He just pulled her out. It's like it's the past. It's the future interfering with the past. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about Star Wars. Now, Star Trek, has had time travel for ever since the original series. So
yep.
You can be. I'm forgiving about Star Trek, but Star Wars, characters have died. Throughout the original trilogy, throughout the prequels. I mean, you had Obi-Wan dies in the original Star Wars. Qui-Gon dies in Episode 1. And the thing is that when death happens, there's consequences for that, and it moves the story forward. So having what you said, the world between worlds and all that, it's just Filoni's way of saying, hey, I like Ahsoka. She's my character. I'm going to keep her alive. Why? Because she's my character. And that's kind of my perception I have of Filoni. So I liked him quite a bit when he worked on Rebels, but not Rebels. I was okay with Rebels, but I thought it was a big step down from the Clone Wars. Clone Wars I really enjoyed, especially. A lot of people are critical of the first 2.5 seasons. So you had the first 2 seasons, which were completely out of order. Then you had season 3, which was also completely out of order, meshed with, the earlier arcs. But then once you start the whole Night Sister arc in season 3, where we meet Savage Opress, and then we find out Maul's alive and all that. That's really where the show really, has a turning point. And once again, they stop with the whole out of order crap, and they just go forward after that. And the show has really succeeded because of that.
Yep.
And it's made a lot of younger fans who are like, now I think they're in their 20s, who were kids when the Clone Wars first came out. So what broke my heart is, you had the selling of Lucasfilm, and then there was rumor that it was going to be canceled, and then they announced the cancellation, and I was just like, wow. I was like, really? And the first thing I was I called, let's just say this was, I was not I was not a YouTuber then. I was not even really active on social media. But the thing I thought was F Kathleen Kennedy for that. Why did she allow that? Why? And then, okay, then they're like, okay, here's Rebels. There's a new show, Rebels. So I started watching Rebels. First thing I noticed, the animation was nowhere near as good as the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars, the last two seasons, seasons 5 and season 6, were practically cinematic. That Yoda arc at the end, now the final arc for season 6, the Yoda arc, wow! Like when they go to Dagobah, when Yoda goes to Dagobah for the first time and he hears Qui-Gon's voice and he hears Liam Neeson, I thought like I was watching the movie, and he starts having weird, distorted visions of the future or a possible future where he sees he sees stuff from Revenge of the Sith. Only difference is the Emperor is shrouded, so you can't see who actually is Darth Sidious and all that. I thought that was great, and then we got to see him fight Palpatine in a weird vision or something like that. I thought that was really interesting. They go to that place where episode 2 ends, that little secret meeting area where the Emperor goes and meets with Dooku and all that. I kind of liked how they went back there and then they had their fight outside, like on like some rafters or something like that. I thought it was cool to see that. And then I thought it wasn't the final arc, but I thought it was a good ending to the show, and I didn't think they would ever do anything. So when they announced that they were going to do a final season of the Clone Wars, I remember watching that stream, and I remember how Matt Lanter, he was trying really hard to hide the smile throughout the entire stream. So, but when Dave Filoni announced it, he got up, he's like, "Come on, cheer and all that." So I thought that was a great thing, and then I heard what they were going to put in. And so like the Bad Batch was something that was worked on. And so you only saw like a really rough version of it. So there were 2 arcs that were really rough. There was the Utapau arc that had to do with this giant kyber crystal. I think it was a kyber crystal. Giant kyber crystal. And then you had, which I didn't think was bad. One thing about me, I grew up in the 90s. I love the rough polygon look, the unrefined look. Maybe it's because I've grown up watching Beast Wars and Reboot and all that. The only difference between that and what we see in the rough cut was the rough version was that they don't even walk. They just kind of drag. They just kind of drag. They don't even move their feet or anything like that. So obviously the animation wasn't complete, but I love that. And then you had the mid arc. I didn't think was the best. I wish they would have done the arc, the proposed arc with where Ahsoka accidentally stumbles upon a Sith temple on Coruscant and nearly comes face to face with Palpatine or Sidious or something like that. I thought that would have been a better arc than the one that they chose, going to hang out with the something sisters. I forget who they are. Didn't think that was a great one. And then of course the final arc with Order 66 and how it meshes with Revenge of the Sith. A buddy of mine did a cut where he cut between the final part of the Clone Wars, the micro series where Palpatine gets kidnapped, with that arc, with that final arc of the Clone Wars, and then with the film itself, Revenge of the Sith. I thought, and I watched, and I was like, I watched all 4.5 hours of it, and I thought, awesome. It was story. Awesome.
Yeah.
And I mean, I initially had issues with Revenge of the Sith when it first came out. I didn't like. I remember I initially groaned at how exactly Anakin turned to the dark side. How he's like no, and then he cuts off Mace's arm during that fight. I was like, I don't think they built up to it enough for him to just turn on the Jedi like that. Even with all the visions that he had throughout the movie, I didn't think that was enough to just have him do that. So I don't know. But I know I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but all that leads to, we see Rebels. We find out Ahsoka we find out Ahsoka lives past Darth Vader. I'm gonna say something. I don't know how you feel about that. I feel Ahsoka should have died against Vader, and they should have kept her dead.
That's what I thought at the time. Since then, because her character has been used and developed better since, or has at least been set up for something new. I'm glad in the long run that they did, and considering now that since we saw how Last Jedi went down, and of course how that resolved with with the rise of Suckwanker,
Yeah, how did you feel about those movies? Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker.
So I'll just So I was in it. I was all for it. The hype was real. It was basically '99 all over again, from what I could remember from that time. Being a young kid. I think it was like what 8 or whatever when that came out. And
You're younger than me. I was 14 when
yeah,
episode 1 came out. I remember I saw that movie on my 8th grade graduation trip because I'm in Chicago. We went to Springfield, the capital, to have our graduate 8th grade trip and all that. And
nice.
one of the chaperones was like, you know what, Star Wars out. Who wants to see Star Wars? So me and 3 other guys went and saw Star Wars. 4 of us went to see Star Wars. None of the girls liked Star Wars because Star Wars was not a thing for girls back then. Probably, I don't know how it is now, but none of the girls in my class liked it, and half of the guys didn't care. So it was just
right.
yeah. So it was awesome. That was the highlight of my trip, was going to see episode 1. And was it perfect? No, I couldn't stand Jar Jar Binks, even then.
Nobody could.
And especially the way his arc ends with him saying, "I give up, I give up, I give up." So him taking that little current to the brain, kind of did not allow him to have a good character arc at the end. So
Yeah, I would recommend enlightening yourself on the Darth Jar Jar theory if you haven't already, or we could even go through some of that over this. But to start, of course, episode 7, yeah, I thought was great because, like I said, the hype was the theater I went to. Every single screen had Farce Awakens, as I prefer to call it, and to this day, I've typically referenced it as being a good example of modern cinema in that it used a good blend of practical effects with CG. And
yeah.
it showed that, yes, we should get back to practical explosions and model work. Now here's the cool stuff we can do on CG. And that was the big mistake, especially starting in episode 2 when George started to rely like, oh, let's just make all the movies blue screen. No.
Yeah, the one thing that really I noticed when I was in the theater that I was like, I missed the practical effects, was that scene where he's in the diner and he sees I forget the species that's the same as Pong Krell, the one Jedi that turns bad in the Umbara arc of the Clone Wars. Same species, the guy that runs the diner. It looked awful. You have freaking Ewan McGregor and the CGI character in the CGI diner. And yeah, just giving him a hug, and I was just like, this does not look good at all. And no. I noticed that in episode 2, when I saw it, was the only Star Wars movie that at the time was the first movie that put me to sleep during, especially the Anakin and Padme portions of the movie where they're just screwing around on Naboo and all that. I think I missed the whole,
more ways than one than what you see on camera.
Yeah, so the whole I don't like sand thing, I think I was asleep during that. And I was 17. I was 17 when the movie came out. So there was just the beginning, the little chase in the beginning was fun. It was a fun little thing. And then of course you get the death sticks. That was a nice little thing. And then I remember the whole theater laughed when Obi-Wan's like, one of these days you're going to be the death of me, Anakin.
Yeah.
Don't say that, Master. And of course, I'll say this: Hayden, he didn't act well in episode 2. I think but he did really improve in episode 3, and he does have a presence, even with some bad dialogue delivery, especially in episode 3. He still had a good presence, I think.
Yeah.
Like there were points where he shouldn't have said anything. And just did the scary stare at Obi-Wan. So when he said this is the end for you, my master, I'm like, don't say that. You're killing that moment right there. This was like one of the last things he says before Obi-Wan, and then he says more stuff. You continue to underestimate my power. I'm like, shut up! Don't say anything. Just fight. Just attack him and not say anything. So I don't know, but as much as Hayden didn't have really great dialogue, there was a menace. There was a menace to him. Like he had a good physical. Like he looked like Vader, and like I even got some of that in Ahsoka. Like I loved how he moved and how he even his dialogue I didn't think was bad in episode 5. I don't think he made any further appearances right after episode 5. He was only in that episode.
Yeah, he does in episode 7 and in the last episode. So he does make appearances. I liked the way they did it though. It made a lot of sense, and so yeah, it like I said, if you're angry at where Star Wars is at, it's Bob Iger, and don't be fooled by him suddenly going, "Oh, we're gonna make quality story," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good idea, Bob."
The
I think
buck stops with me. The buck stops with me. That's probably what he that is exactly what he said. And what's funny is what's funny is it's 4 years later. I mean, Rise of Skywalker came out. It's gonna be 4 years since December, and there's. I mean, have they announced? I mean, I've heard them. There's rumors of movies that they're working on or they're developing, but they haven't. There's been no word about that. I mean,
nope.
It's all about the shows. It's all about the shows now. You had Andor. Andor was something that I think I think Andor is the best of Disney Star Wars.
Of the 8 episodes I've seen, I'm inclined to agree as far as live action goes. I still think a lot of the story plot in Rebels is still good and worthy too, but Andor is how I would like to see KOTOR done if we're going to do a KOTOR TV show or even a movie.
Yeah. Andor felt very Tom Clancy at points, and it felt very even though it's not hard science fiction, it felt very Expanse too. I thought I was watching The Expanse. Like there was points where I was like, "Am I watching a Star Wars show?" And then there were a few points where, when you see a TIE fighter and it's like big and it's flying past them, especially during the second arc where they're planning a heist and all that. Here's the thing: they do these arcs now. Clone Wars did arcs too. I mean, they were shorter episodes, obviously, but every episode was building up to that final thing, that final beat. So especially, I think they should have done with Andor, instead of just having 2 episodes of build up to a single action moment. I think they should have done more with that. Maybe split it into smaller things, impactful things, but still smaller things that lead up to this big thing, and that's kind of that and I really wish they would have done more with having. Now the Empire was improved in Andor quite a bit. Like they started becoming menacing again until the end. When we got to the end, I started seeing the Empire agents screaming and scared to fight a riot, scared to deal with a riot. I'm like, this is the Empire. This is Darth Vader and Tarkin and Palpatine's Empire. They would kill you. They would be willing to kill you all and then make up a story saying, "Hey, an outbreak happened on this planet. Everybody's dead." Ha ha ha. Yeah. So I wasn't a fan of how it ended, but I loved the best part of that show. The best scene, best character in that show was Luthen, Stellan Skarsgård. He does this epic speech at the end of episode 10 that in my opinion, should have won an award. Like it was awesome. And like, I liked his character. There were points where he was talked down to by his female companion a few times that annoyed me because, modern day, but other than that, I thought he was excellent. He was the best character. Andor himself was okay, I guess. He was just.
I I like Andor more now because of the show than I did when I watched X-Wing porno, a Star Wars nostalgia. But it shows again. Now this show is doing what I thought Mando was going to do, because one of the things that Mando did a great job of was, as you say, making the Empire more menacing. I felt we had that.
Andor.
Yeah.
Mando kind of did that. I liked Moff Gideon at the end of season 1, and then the end of season 2, in my opinion, ruined him. They made him look like a buffoon. I
can see that. I guess it's hard to realize that when they actually redeemed Luke and gave him a badass moment. But the point with Mando season 1 was that I still remember that episode with the ATST. And like how much they're like, we're taking on an ATST, and you're thinking, you mean those things that the Ewoks killed? I mean,
no, it's those things. It's those things that Rich Evans, I have to bring up, Red Letter Media, gets excited about. ATSTs. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, you think those are no? They did a good job of like going, no. We're not dealing with main characters with plot armor here. I mean, okay, we are, but these are new guys, and these are down to earth guys. And that's what I felt Andor was doing, was it was humanizing the Star Wars universe and making it more relatable to understand the power structures by saying, here's Andor, a regular, this is who you would likely be in Star Wars if it was real. Yeah, we all want to be a Jedi, want to be the hero, but in the grand scheme of the galaxy, we're all probably going to be Andors of some sort.
And you had like, I remember in the first part, you didn't even have the Empire in the first arc. The first arc was this security bureau or something that was hanging out on Corellia. I think that was Corellia. I don't know if that was Corellia. It was probably Corellia. You know what I'm talking about? The first planet that he goes to, he's looking for a sister. I wish they didn't.
Yeah.
I get into disagreements with people about this. I wish they didn't like completely abandon the whole sister thing.
That's what I've heard.
It would have given, in my opinion. Now, you're right, or maybe you might agree, you might disagree. I think it would have given more emotional stakes. It would have given me more of a reason to be invested in, Cassian Andor.
Yeah.
Because, and then let's just say we find out she's with the Empire and she's his enemy and someone kills her. The person she's working for, this villain, this bad villain who, when he comes into a room, bad things are going to happen. Like think like Darth Vader, or think any villain from freaking I'm going to bring up Banshee again. Any villain from Banshee who is like, they're built up, they're bad, they have capabilities that you don't want to, if you met them, you want to stay as far away from them as possible. And you feel that, like, I don't know, like whenever I watch the original trilogy and whenever Vader comes into a room with characters you care about, you're like, oh, what's going to happen? I want that feeling again with Star Wars. I want that feeling. And what I think would have been interesting if Andor did, they have, normal characters, but then you have these Jedi that are like way above, and we get to see it from that point of view, how above they are. And so when they come into contact with, let's say, someone like Andor, you're like, oh shit, what's he going to do? How's he going to get out of this? Or someone you care about. I would love to see that. So, I mean, would they fight him directly? No. But I would love to see like them try to overcome someone like that, or at least get away from somebody like that. I don't know. That's what I want to see. That's what I'd love to see if they ever did something like that.
Yeah, no, like I said, it Andor shows like that we can do more, stories within a galaxy far, far away that are a bit more focused, and I think but it would be nice to get into either a new era or to bring KOTOR to the live action, or even as a movie trilogy. I think the first game would make a fantastic trilogy.
Oh, I agree.
And get the hype back in the theater, because then you're not just like, the thing about KOTOR and why it's so amazing. I'll just rant about KOTOR real quick before getting to Dempsey's questions. Is it captures the feel of the original trilogy and then takes the stuff that worked with the sequel trilogy and then puts you in the middle of all the action.
Yeah.
Now, in a visual medium, the story is going to be different than the way that those of us who played it experienced it. That's something that I've had to learn over the years, and what I've realized is that while I get enthusiastic about how I experience a story and want everybody else to experience it exactly as I did with the same emotions, that's just not reality.
Okay, so I got a question. Okay. I got a question. Okay, so before you even answer this question, I have to ask you this question, since we're talking about KOTOR. What is the canon ending? Is it the dark side ending or light side? Light side? Oh, come on! You're freaking Revan, and you get your own empire, like hailing you at the end. I mean, how cool is that? Like,
it would have been cool if and SWTOR could have made that work as the canon ending, but you can tell by the way that SWTOR sets up. You have the descendant of certain main characters is the Jedi Grandmaster, and so it's like, okay, well, if that happened, that means they stayed together, but then that means that it probably means that they didn't get toppled or killed, and because likely when empires get killed, so too does their offspring, to make sure that evil can never permeate the earth again. And so it's like, well, it seems like the light side ending was the proper ending, or at least something close to it.
It was. They were both good endings. Oh. I love both of them. But let's. Okay, so Dempsey brings up something. I'm curious how you feel about that.
There was Dempsey says, so I pronounce AT-AT as AT-AT, as someone who has been been professionally trained for radio communications.
You don't say
I
at or something like that?
If it saying at in casual conversation is fine, but if I'm like over the radio, I'm thinking like, okay, if I'm describing an asset that's attacking me via tank and I'm going to refer to it by the class, I'm not going to call it the Abrams mwah. It's gonna be the Abrams M1A, or excuse me, M1A2, or the AT-AT. I've spotted an AT-AT tank coming this way. But yeah, AT doesn't bother me. It used to, but it doesn't anymore because it's a silly thing to get worked up over. Let's see. The worst thing that Disney did with Star Wars, the lightsaber is no longer an effective weapon. I don't like, yes and no. I think a lot of that is because of the way that they're trying to save money with props. Doing dismemberments is expensive, especially when you want to get it right. You want to get that cauterization. You want to get that authentic look to chop off someone's arm. It's not even in a practical effect. It's not something that's super easy. So I think that's why they don't look as effective, and they're slashing the armor, and it's not... I think it's just an aesthetic thing. And at the end of the day, it also depends on how you use it. And maybe that's something that needs to be explored, is that, well, what if lightsabers can have their power level adjusted like a phaser? Phaser setting 1 through 3 is typically stun, and then 4 through 6 you start getting into more effective, all the way up to 4 through 10, which is, vaporize at the top. I could definitely see like a lightsaber functioning the same way. Qui-Gon wants to get through a blast door. I need to crank up the power on this bad boy. The downside, of course, you might come into a situation where you go to turn it on and it fizzles out. So I think that's a good question. I like that. I think that's something that if Filoni really wants to get into the lore building aspect of Star Wars, let's actually like get into the physics of a lightsaber. Let's get some ideas there.
Yeah, like I think the first thing that I think was my biggest issue was with Force Awakens. So Finn gets sliced in the back by a lightsaber, by Kylo Ren's lightsaber.
Oh yeah.
And then he kind of comes out okay. He falls and slips. He has a bunch of liquid come out in The Last Jedi. I was just like, no, I think I've listened to other people's continuation of The Force Awakens, which was way better. Like, they gave him a prosthetic back or spine or something to kind of, to recover from that. And he wasn't the same after that.
Yeah.
And the Last Jedi, they just turned him into a buffoon. And then you have, and of course, skipping all the way forward to Ahsoka, where, what's her name? Sabine gets run through. She gets run through, not quite in the center, which everybody points out, a little bit to the side. And she's okay in the next episode, and there's no back to tank, no nothing. And I'm just like,
Yeah, that okay. So in that regard, with the spinal slice, that's a fair point, and I agree that really was like, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, congratulations on your new space wheelchair bound life. Because it's going to take a lot of force healing and physical therapy to get back from that. No, next thing you know, he's walking around hilariously with water spilling out of his suit. All right, so back to what I thought about the sequel trilogy. Man, Last Jedi, so the thing that gave me hope with Last Jedi was the KOTOR reference. When Rey hears the Jedi code being whispered into the air. I liked that. I was like, are we going to make KOTOR canon? And they had an opportunity here to like, if Rey was a descendant of Revan Bastila, we would have been in like very different territory as far as character power levels, because now we're going, oh, she's powerful because she's from that lineage. This is a little bit different. This we can work. Now, we still need to have Luke rewritten to be more the reluctant master. I liked him throwing the lightsaber at the start. I thought, all right, where are we going? Are we playing the reluctant master? We're going to test her resolve and say, no, they didn't. Instead, he's just drinking blue milk, being a drunk or whatever.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I didn't like them chucking the lightsaber. I'm gonna sound like a broken record because I know everybody else said this. It felt very disrespectful. I think a better way to do that. I've heard other people say it. Better people say this. He should have just given the lightsaber back to her and just walked away. I think that would have been a little bit more respectful than just chucking it.
keeping Luke the way he was, that makes sense. But I think if Luke was going to be like, if he's trying to test how serious her commitment is, which is something that people, in Luke's position, he obviously doesn't want to train. And I could totally buy him being all disingenuous or being disenfranchised with training people because of what happened with Kylo. And that's his motivation, is like, look, I'm not here to have the Jedi die. It's just, when I share these powers and knowledge with people, it has to be trusted. And I'm at the point where I can't trust anybody anymore. Then we have a totally different storyline built up in the backstory of, okay, Luke doesn't want to train people because the first couple of people he's trained immediately decided to go to the dark side. So now he's just deciding to keep the Jedi a secret because he doesn't know what else to do. He can't trust anyone in something. And I'm just spitballing backstory ideas and what can make it better here. But going back to what I would have liked to see was reluctant master, test to resolve, is like, how serious are you? And then when he finally feels she's ready, that's when the beatings start. She starts putting her through rigorous training, basically the Jedi equivalent to SEAL training. She's going to get like an arm broken or something. We see her suffer. And then at the end, when the point comes when it's time for her to go back, and of course the space chase, yeah, that's all getting changed too. We don't need to talk about that. But with Luke, it's like at the very end, to put her on her path, he says, yeah, I'm not going with you. She goes, how could you do this? You trained me. We're ready to go. I need to do this. He goes, no, I'm staying here. Because I actually liked the force projection thing. I like that he doesn't actually fight Kylo, and instead he indulges his ego, and then at the very end is like, I'm transmitting from way over here. And then that would set up into the original episode 9 arc where he's tormenting Kylo throughout the entire movie as a force ghost, which I actually thought was another cool like twist or change that we could have had. Because I liked some of them. I did like the moments in TLJ for a while. I liked seeing Yoda again. I thought that was, first of all, they brought the puppet out. That was already the right thing to do in that scene. I hate that they changed puppet Yoda.
I honestly didn't. I honestly didn't feel that way. I felt like it was. Yeah, I mean, I was okay with it in Empire because 1980. I mean, they didn't have CGI, but then we got to see Yoda move, and we got to see him move in the prequels. So I don't know. Like going back to the puppet just felt like, I don't know. It was. I didn't exactly like the way the puppet looked compared to how it looked in Empire. I know it was supposed to be the same puppet, I think. I just didn't like the way it looked, and I just like I mean I knew why they did it. I knew why they did it. They wanted to, like you said, they wanted to bring back the practical and all that. But I feel like we're kind of I felt like we're kind of past that. Like if you're gonna show Yoda, I hate to say it, CGI. I actually liked CGI Yoda for the most part. Have him, bang, bonk Luke on the head and say dumb things. It wasn't really. I mean, honestly. By the way, before I even go any further, Salty Traveling Seat for 99 cents, super sticker. Thank you, Salty. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
On the force projection part, it was a surprise. I didn't like that he dies right after that. I didn't like that. I think they should have kept him alive. I think he should have had at least one duel. He should have had at least one duel with someone. Didn't have to be Kylo. It could have been Snoke. I mean, that's kind of what most of us were. That's what most of us were expecting. So, but then they killed Snoke without us knowing anything about Snoke, and then
which I liked at the time, and I was okay with that. And I was like, you know what? Fine. Let's just do something else. Move on. Let's not rehash. Let's not. And then we got the ending we got, and I was like, never mind. It all sucks.
What's up, Donnie? Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Phyllis Coates and Rudolph Ives. I don't even know who they are.
I remember. I'll have to look them up again.
I'll have to look them up too. And then Gadfly. What's up, Gadfly? He says he's talking about it was disrespectful because of everything else that followed. Luke's character being a grumpy, old, defeated loser.
Agreed. No, the handling. What I said was to be clear, what I was saying was a retcon. I was not justifying the film. At the time, I was okay with it because I did like how Luke did that. Like that was the last time we see Luke do in a movie is throw the lightsaber away. And so at that moment, I felt that he understood where the character might have been by this time and coming back to confront the issue, but he does it, across the galaxy through a force projection. Whether or not he should have died at the end, I can see, sure, it worked. I can see, no, it wasn't good. But ultimately, as time has proven, it just wasn't a good execution. It just wasn't a good idea. The movie focused so much on subverting itself into oblivion, and that and a lot of it, and it ultimately comes down. It's KK's ego that caused all this. She wasn't even. People try to say that she's like some crusader for woke feminism. She doesn't care about any of that. She cares about her image and what she gets, and the fact that she gets the credit for pushing the progressive
I don't
agenda.
think I don't think she even really cared about what Ryan Johnson. She didn't care about what Ryan Johnson was doing.
Probably not.
She probably didn't even pay attention. She gave him carte blanche to do whatever he wanted to do. But because I mean, she's a producer, and this is one thing I agree with Robert Meyer Burdett on. She's mainly a producer, and so she's going to handle all the producer work. Is that's her wheelhouse? That's her wheelhouse. She's been doing it since Amblin got started in late '70s. Her, Spielberg, and Frank Marshall, and all that. So the only thing that really gets people thinking otherwise is because she wore that stupid Forces Female shirt, and then her and all her.
That's part of it.
And then the people that she hired. I mean, you have freaking Carrie Hart. Glad she's gone, but you have all these other people who are inhabiting Lucasfilm, and I don't know, making Star Wars more and more different.
The ideologues. It's when we get into the Star Trek discussion. It's why I'm gonna try to paint the picture. It's like people. Kathleen Kennedy isn't necessarily a mastermind, super genius, progressive symbol. And that's what I feel that a lot of people have sort of made her out to be by just what we can observe on the outside. Now, what we can observe on the inside is people saying things like Benicio del Toro came out recently and talked about how his Star Wars project idea got tanked because Kathleen didn't like any of it. Or how Obi-Wan was apparently too violent. I'd like to see that too violent cut, personally. Maybe it had a better ending than Kenobi just, walking away and letting Vader terrorize the galaxy. So,
I I did not like Kenobi at all. Like
Not
even that final fight with them just chucking rocks at each other, and then they literally copied they literally copied Ahsoka's thing on Vader, where she hits him in the face. She hits him in the face, and then you get that, and then he just leaves him. It's like he's like, oh, the whole point of that story was for him to call him Darth for the first time, because Obi-Wan and Obi-Wan in Star Wars calls him Darth.
No, what he should have done was Kenobi should have gotten ready to finish what he was supposed to do. And then that's when the Inquisitors pop in to save Vader and drive Kenobi away. And then we kind of have a restoration of the line, when I left you, I was but a learner, because Kenobi just took him to school right there. The rocks didn't bother me because, I've been throwing rocks at Sith as a Jedi for many years now in Star Wars: The Old Republic. So I actually liked that. I was like, oh, hey, it's consular powers.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So the whole, when I left you, I was but the learner was, I mean, to me, that was Revenge of the Sith, and how Obi-Wan beat him because of his experience. Anakin was inexperienced and all that. That's kind of why I felt like if they were going to do a Kenobi series, I think it should have been Vader looking for Kenobi, coming across other Jedi, trying to find out, getting into duels with other Jedi. Kind of like, if you played The Force Unleashed, how Vader assigns Star Killer to hunt down and kill Shakti and all that.
Yeah,
something like that, but with Vader himself doing it, and him trying to find out where's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Kind of like how Ahsoka, it's like, where is the Grand Admiral Thrawn? To what's her name? I forgot the witch's name. I forgot her name. Morgan Elsbeth. Her. Something kind of like that. But get to see a badass Vader do that. And when was another missed opportunity, seeing Vader go back into the advanced TIE fighter that he is in, and going on taking out some some dissidents or something like that, which is based off of a chapter from the Shadows of the Empire novel. That's something I would have wanted to see. And Obi-Wan never leaves Tatooine. What Obi-Wan does is maybe Luke gets kidnapped. Maybe Luke gets kidnapped by gangs. Maybe there's Black Sun. Maybe there's families of rivals that are rivaling each other. Kind of rip off Fistful of Dollars or Yojimbo, and maybe Owen Lars and Beru are somewhat in the middle of that, one side wants to protect them, the other side wants blood or something, but both are actually bad because they're perpetuating this stuff. And Obi-Wan kind of goes in, sneaks in, rescues Luke, gets him out, and then this is just a rough idea, but this is where the whole Obi-Wan sneaking into the Death Star kind of comes from. That why he's so good at it in Star Wars.
Yeah, see, but these are good ideas. These are considerable improvements, and I mean, I think it's important to have these discussions because this is stuff that hopefully, you know, we don't know who's watching in the end, but in the end, and that's basically the whole crux of the Writer Brothers, is that we are critical, we are very opinionated, and we are hard on our opinions when we're there, but we don't do, oh, this sucks and you're an idiot for watching it. I cannot stand that nonsense.
Yeah, it's not a good way to build relationships, in my opinion.
No, if you don't like something, it's okay to state why you don't like it, but it's not okay to take out other people liking it. Like art is mostly subjective. You might find certain things of art that are absolute garbage, and it's okay to articulate why you think this piece of art, Picard Season 3, is garbage. Or why this piece of art, Picard Season 3 is not garbage. The whole point of it is like, you know, I'm not going to the only time I'm going to lose respect for somebody is if you're just parroting other people's opinions. If you don't have your own ideas on something, or at least one original take, you know,
I agree,
on a piece of art, why should I listen to you?
I agree.
And now that said, I get it. Times are tough. Okay, I don't have money to go see every single movie in the theater right now, review every piece of content across every streaming platform. So, in the sense of taking someone else's opinion for economical reasons, good. Do that. I support that. I get it. I've made economical decisions based off other people's opinions on art because I'm like, I kind of wanted to see that, but if it's coming back from, 5 or 6 people that I listen to that it's terrible, I think it's probably not going to. Now, if it's coming back like half of those people I like love it and the other half hate it, well, all right, that sounds like we got, view material to get in on, so.
Okay, Dempsey has a question. At the end of The Force Awakens, who do you think should have pulled the lightsaber off the ground instead of Rey, Luke or Finn? He thinks Finn.
I think Finn totally, provided he wasn't sliced up the back. I think both he and Rey should have been the Jedi characters. I think they should have been a duo. And yes, if you're going to have somebody aside from Rey, it should have definitely been Finn to have pulled that. And you
don't think Luke, there would have been an awesome way to enter Luke into the movie? I mean, that was what Mark Hamill was expecting when he first read the script.
How about this? How about Luke force pulls the lightsaber and then turns on his green one while tossing the blue one to either Finn or Rey?
Yeah, I think that would have been great. You see, the green lightsaber would have been people would have roared in the theater.
He force pulls it and looks at it, and then you see off of frame the blade just pops up. And then he, brings it in, and it's like that's this iconic green sword.
And not only like he has an emotional look at it because it was not only his first lightsaber, but it was also his father's lightsaber. And the other big thing, the one thing I wanted to know, I didn't think they were going to answer it because hey, this is a story for another time. Yeah, whatever. I wanted to know, like, because they show it in the trailer, like. That lightsaber, the Empire Strikes Back, the lightsaber gets lost when Luke gets his hand cut off.
Yeah, it falls into the Bespin. It should probably floating in the cloud somewhere.
It's probably swallowed up by the gas giant. Yeah, that's what Bespin is.
No, I freely admit I liked Last Jedi and Force Awakens at first when they came out because at the time I thought there was a plan.
I actually thought there was a plan too, but me and my brother left the theater really angry. I hated the way they ended Han Solo. A lot of people were okay with it. I was not. It was
ballsy, but it didn't. That's all it was.
I didn't. It was meant for shock value. I didn't like. That was a terrible ending for a legacy character, in my opinion. And not only that, he was murdered by his son. Every time I watch Return of the Jedi, when I watched Return of the Jedi, after that, I was just like, I got depressed. I literally got depressed watching it. I was like, he won the war. He won the war in the original trilogy just to regress, not be with Leia, have a kid, not be with Leia anymore, and then he gets murdered by his son who turns to the dark side. And not only that, but like that whole trilogy ended like their line. Like it's
Yeah.
that was the final. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. And then my brother and I, we see the end of Rise of Skywalker. Ray just has this yellow lightsaber all of a sudden. First time in the movies, we see a yellow lightsaber. We already saw, the Jedi Sentinel lightsaber and KOTOR, like we said. And then she's like, I'm Ray Skywalker, my brother. I looked at my brother, we laughed, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting rid of all Disney Star Wars. I actually owned.
Yeah.
I actually, what's funny was even with all the crap that The Last Jedi got, I was still hopeful for a good. I was still hopeful. I still had hope for a good follow up to that. I was like, maybe Broom Boy will have somewhat of an arc in the next movie. Okay, that didn't happen, but still, that's something I would have been interested in. Or Luke, maybe not. Maybe Luke could come back like Goku. If you ever seen Dragon Ball Z, maybe for a day he comes back to life and he helps Rey. I mean, they could have done it. They didn't have to make him a Force ghost. Like, it's the Force. Like, just say, hey, I'm here to help you until, and then once that's over with, then I leave for good. I leave for good, and that would be it. And that would have been, in my opinion, that would have been very emotional to see something like that, to see like a true goodbye to him. Seeing him and Leia at the end, just kind of like it didn't even that effect didn't even look good. You know what I'm talking about, right? At the very end, where she looks at them, then she's like, "I'm Rey Skywalker." That did not look good.
The whole thing was just nonsense, but that's, like I said, it was because, according to the producer, or to the directors that were fired and the writers that tried actually working, apparently, like I said, KK's agenda was definitely, and I think Salty, and not to get too into the politics of it, but it's just simple fact of what's going on. I think Salty Traveling C said, rabid Hollywood corporate feminist, runs charities, foundations with agenda, also an inept and nepotist third-rate executive guilty of major malpractice. That's a pretty good way of putting it. And then that's what I mean is, like, her convictions, I'm not convinced that she's following any of that stuff to actually help people. I'm very convinced that it's all ego, that it's all just, she's not putting the Force as female for the vicious. She's doing it because, look at what I did. Look at what I did for the progressive movement. Me. And that's what you see. That's why it's not like you would be able to tell if these movies did have a specific agenda, because it would have just gotten worse and worse and worse as the movies and the shows went on. But it didn't, because KK didn't have the absolute push to do so, but also, again, she was taking opportunity and pushing it when she could because she just wanted to get her ego out there. That's why when they came down and said, no, this is a disaster, the fans are unhappy, we're going to give Jon Favreau a chance, and Jon Favreau, steps in and does Mandalorian, which,
so
of course,
do you know who
was it
Iger, or was it Iger that hired Jon Favreau?
Favreau was definitely hired with certain protections because KK obviously didn't have any, didn't have as much control over him, because so what people don't realize is that Luke scene was apparently done in 24 hours. The deep fakes in the Mando season 2.
Is that why it didn't look that good?
Like shit. Yeah, exactly. Was because and Favreau was also putting out false information. People thought it was Mace Windu. People thought it was some unheard of Jedi. I think there was even a theory about
Mace
Rey.
Windu?
Yeah,
really,
there was even a theory about Rey coming back in time. That was put out on set. That was rumored on set.
Speaking of Mace Windu, have you ever seen Star Wars Theories Darth Vader thing that Darth Vader production that he did? You ever see? I thought it was awesome. Like he released like the first episode, like I think over 4 years ago. I don't know if he's ever made an episode 2.
He's working on it, from what I hear. I haven't actually checked out the episode because I heard he was like, "Oh, I'm working on episode 2," and I'm like, "Oh, well, all right, let's wait till it's done." But yeah, it's theory.
It might. The thing is, it might never get done. I mean, it's just, his budget, and I think his hands are tied with Lucasfilm or something. But he got there was a point where like they did something like there. She's like, literally asked them for permission. Like, can I use this? And they're like, sure. And then somebody, some jerk, copyright struck him for some of the music he used, and people got really pissed, and they said, "Screw you, Lucasfilm." And Lucasfilm undid that. So that was probably the one thing that Lucasfilm did right during this time was,
Yeah.
you know,
Don't repeat the same mistakes with fan films that CBS imposed on creativity. I mean that. Oh boy, yeah. If you want to start the Star Trek discussion off with Axanar,
yeah. Well, before we even get to Star Trek, I know we've already been an hour. I just wanted your quick take on your feelings on Ahsoka and versus how other people felt. Like I know you responded. I know there was a few people. I mean, I've had the honor of being on stream with them. Um, um, One person was like, who's a big EU fan, obviously, big fan of the Thrawn trilogy, was saying this is complete crap. And then you basically disagreed with him, and then he called you an idiot or something like that. And then you had like this awesome response. You're like, dude, I didn't say anything to you.
Internet.
Like, yeah, dude, I didn't say anything to you. I mean, I like, and I what's funny is I looked at that and I'm like, dude, that's base. And I clicked like on your thing. So
yeah,
yeah.
So I don't. Like, so I used to, if you guys want to argue with me endlessly, I recommend purchasing a DeLorean, a 1981 DeLorean, retrofitting it with a flux capacitor and going back to 2007. If you want me to endlessly argue in circles nonstop with you, that's the version of Petey York that you're looking for. Here, I'm down to argue to no end as long as debate is respectful and we recognize that look, we maybe have hard opinions one way or the other, but I try, and I fail at this too, but I try to remember, like, that's another human on the other end. Even if they've pissed me off, that's another person that's living a life that's probably struggling, same as me, to make ends meet, and is, I don't know what your struggle is. But that goes both ways. You don't know what mine is. You don't know my origin story. So why would you want to leave a first impression of just being an ass? Just because you can be an ass on the internet and hide behind the safety of your keyboard doesn't, like, I don't agree with people who do that. Like, oh yeah, who I am on the internet is not who I am in real life. No, screw you. Screw you. If you can't be who you are all the time. Now, I'm not saying, like, there's a time and place. Like, people who do parody accounts and character, that's not what I'm talking about. That's persona, that's a brand. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the core being of your person. If you're online trolling in one area and then you turn around and, you're a saint the next, you're just creating a double life for yourself, and you're ultimately hurting yourself in the end, because eventually those two lives are going to cross at the worst possible time, and you're going to snap at somebody who's going to punch you in the face.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I'm known now. Like, people know what I look like. People, I mean, I try to be as consistent as I can with people.
Exactly.
And I mean, and part of the thing, and I still have to do this. I still have to frickin' make a video. I have to make a milestone video for my recent milestone, like 3,000 or whatever. But
congrats,
talk about,
by the way. That's
thank
awesome.
you. But like the purpose of my channel. So I mean, I don't get a whole lot. I mean, obviously, if you can tell, I don't get like a whole lot of viewers compared to a lot of my friends who also do shows and all that. My friend Prophet the Dragon, he covers Wheel of Time. That's his wheelhouse. He's very good at analyzing TV shows. He gets like 60 freaking viewers, because of because how good he is. I get like six. If I'm lucky, I get maybe 10 people a stream or something. But the thing for me is, it's more, I mean, I want to entertain viewers. I'd love to have more viewers, but I really want to build relationships with other content creators. And that's why, and for Chillporeal in particular, it's not just other content creators, but it's for people who have, supported me in the past. Either if they've been a member or they've been gifted a membership. So, and I love to have a conversation, give you a platform to talk about whatever you want to talk about, whatever's in your wheelhouse. So like, I'm not going to talk to you about, I'm not going to talk to you about Wheel of Time, because I'm sure you don't know anything about Wheel of Time. But
I got it right. But I heard somebody else that I don't think you're connected with or know who anybody is at my place of normal people work talk about Wheel of Time. And I'm like, oh, that's the third time I've heard it mentioned from somebody else that's not even connected to anything.
Really?
To each other. So now I guess the bandwagon's coming for me here soon. So yeah, it's just I don't. So with Ahsoka, we'll transition that into Ahsoka. When it comes to Ahsoka, the like. Here's the opinions that I acknowledge as being problematic with the show. One, context. It relies too much on context. That's hard for me to gauge personally, because I loved Rebels. I've loved Clone Wars. Excellent Star Wars stories that I think everyone should try to watch at least once. If you end up hating it, sorry, but at least you can say you watched it. But I think there's always aspects of those that people do end up coming away from. So I know the context. So the context being a problem is a big thing. That was one thing I agreed with people. I was like, yep, that's a fair point. Story structure could have been a little bit better. I acknowledge that. The acting was definitely getting there. I think Sabine needs to research her role just a little bit more personally. Ezra freaking just walked out of a computer and into real life. Everyone seemed to like him, and I felt that he was a good sort of redeeming factor for the show overall, because there was a lot of positive reception, not just from fans like me who know Ezra, but even people who had no idea. They're like, oh, Ezra, yeah, he's awesome. And so
the thing I heard, now I haven't watched, I haven't gone that far, but the thing I heard is that he refused to use the Force or something.
No, he refused to use a lightsaber.
He refused.
He didn't feel. Yeah, it's funny. People say that. It's like, oh, then he is using a blaster because he gets offered a blaster and he says, no, I'm good. And I'm like, guys, haven't you ever seen or heard of being overzealous in the moment? How many times have you, like you're a gamer. How many times have you been in a gaming situation where you're about to go through a fight a world boss or something epic with friends, and you're like, and your friend's like, hey, you need some additional med packs? Pfft, fuck, no, dude. I got my rotation down. I'm gonna take this motherfucker or this badass down or this bad boy down by myself. I'm good.
I never played an MMO, so I don't know.
Okay.
I've played single player games. I played Zelda.
Never done any
Mario
team games before. Well, okay,
no, not really.
Games.
I've done co-op. I've done I played Mario, New Super Mario, or I've played maybe Halo.
Even in single games. Haven't you ever had that moment where someone's backseat gaming and they're like, yo, pick that power up, you're going to need it later. And they're like, shut up, I'm playing the game. Only to find out that, well, they were right. That's how I felt.
I can identify with that, yeah.
That's how I felt Ezra was being in that moment. It's like, no, I'm good. I've been training with the Force. I haven't had a lightsaber in like close to 13 years. I got this. And then he starts fighting and realizing, all right, I probably should have grabbed a blaster from Sabine. But I agree with him turning down the saber, because if you don't train on that for so many years and then someone just says, here you go, it's not a good idea. Whereas if you've been doing your force power practices and you're confident in that, I agreed with him to that point, but he should have taken.
So he didn't have the lightsaber, or he just refused to.
So in Rebels, remember, he gives it to Sabine in the event that he doesn't return. In the holocron message, he actually gifts it to her because he won't, obviously he's lost it, he doesn't have it anymore.
Yeah.
So, and then of course that's why he actually ends up building a new one. So that's the other reason why I'm like, it's just, this is why, like, some of the stuff people get worked up over is like, all right, guys, let's just take a breather. Because there are important things to talk about, like the lack of context being a big problem for this show. I'm also confident that once we see final budget numbers, that'll probably reflect on the overall quality as well. I think if this was a $121 million production across 8 episodes and 6 hours of story content, that's pretty decent to get what we got, I think. But I haven't heard the official numbers yet, so I'm not going hard on that yet. So that's why I'm like, I respect the fact that people didn't like it. You didn't enjoy it, that's fine. The hard opinion where I do still get very adamant about what I'm not happy with seeing, from around YouTube and Twitter, is people trying to push that it's more of the same, that it's still Kathleen Kennedy's, strong women nonsense. That is complete and utter nonsense. Ahsoka gets her ass handed to her. She actually loses her fight with Baylan. So, unlike what happened with Rey, Ahsoka loses on screen. Ahsoka has to go through a redemption moment through the Veil of the Force, which I'm of the theory that she was physically there. That's why she wasn't floating in water the whole time. It wasn't a dream. It was actually real, and she was interacting with Anakin, who is now, ascended to a higher state of existence and has mastered both the light and dark side as he was destined to do. And that's why we see him behave like Vader, because he's putting Ahsoka to the test. Are you going to use the dark side to fall? It's the test that she never got. Final trial that she didn't actually face in Clone Wars, because in Clone Wars she faces an administrative trial, and then does one of the most ballsy things I've seen a Star Wars character do, and that was the moment for me why I fell in love with Ahsoka as a character, was when she walked away from the Jedi Order after the way she was treated.
Yeah, I like that too. It was a very good. It was a very emotional. Yeah,
exactly, and it was a strong moment for her character overall. But if you don't know any of that, And you go into Ahsoka, yeah, it's going to look like a pretty okay, you know, love letter to the original trilogy. And I feel like this show compared to the sequels is like freaking parsecs ahead. From where, you know, the sequels, this is what the sequels thought they were trying to be. And we see character development. We see Sabine also gets her butt handed to her to eventually come around. She and Ezra end up having to use the Force together to get Ezra to another spot. So it's not like she's all of a sudden powerful either. It's all within the realm of Star Wars training progression. Remember, there was a time Anakin was apparently too old to train. And then Luke walks into Jedi training at 19 years old, and the next thing you know, we see him in Empire Strikes Back, and he's kicking Vader off of ledges. Now, I know Vader was eventually toying with him near the end, but at first, I think Vader was...
I'll be honest, I didn't like that.
What?
I have a little bit of beef with Jedi. I mean, like, he could have gotten a little bit more powerful, but not to the point of kicking Vader. I think it should have been a very big struggle. Vader
in Empire Strikes Back, you don't think he should have gotten those blows?
Oh, no, not in Empire. I'm talking about in Jedi.
Oh.
I think they overpowered Luke and Jedi.
Okay.
I'm like, even the final part. I love the whole thing, but I don't think he should have just overpowered Vader like that. Even with his, you know, him being like never, and then just, you know, using his anger and all that. I was just like, I mean, he's Mark Hamill's like 5'8", and he's compared to David Prowse or whoever was in the Vader suit, and I'm just like, I think he was still behind Vader in terms of power. I mean, he obviously his power improved in Return of the Jedi, but he didn't get any training. I mean, it was just him, just kind of, you know, the shells of the Empire. So I think it shouldn't have been as big of a struggle, you know, as Empire, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think it should have been a more compelling. Like I think he should have did the whole. He should have like outsmarted Vader and destroyed his lightsaber, and then cut off his hand. You know, the same thing. Then the hand, and then, you know, then the whole thing with the Emperor was I think brilliant. Where Vader saves Luke at the end. I still liked it. I still really liked it. But I don't know. Other than that, I felt Vader. I think Vader should have still been menacing during the duel in Jedi. I didn't see any menace in Vader during the duel.
I felt that it was there in the beginning, and I think Episode 6 is the best lightsaber fight in all of Star Wars.
Oh, it was beautifully done. It was really good, well choreographed. I honestly think I actually prefer Empire's. The music is excellent. The music is that was very epic. That's a great shot of like them, you know, the following, you know, the shot of them following them, you know,
and it's
in
not
that
even
wide frame.
it's not even civilized combat at this point. It's raw emotion purely from Luke. Like, I think the reason Luke defeated Vader was because he used the dark side energy, and that's why he stands down at the end and throws the lightsaber. So I would say, instead of like it seems like he's overpowered, it's probably because he was channeling Dark Daddy's anger side, and so that's my theory on it anyway. But it's like, so my point overall is like the rules for power levels in Star Wars there isn't any hard canon in Star Wars. Like, there's been a lot of books that fans have made and have written out and have said, yeah, this is how the rules work, to which Lucas was like, I guess. Lucas,
yeah, Lucas himself didn't even really know, honestly.
As a creator, he has been the weakest with what I call, so this is the P.D. York hierarchy of canon we'll get into real quick before we get into our special treat for Star Trek. So here's how the hierarchy of canon works for me. Creator canon is at the top. Whatever the creator says and decides for any reason, even if they contradict themselves, they're the creator, okay? I think we can all agree that if George Lucas decides to change something in his universe, we might not agree. You know, midichlorians was a bad idea. We've all had that discussion about how midichlorians ruins the potential to be a Jedi. That's what I liked about Ahsoka, was all that was just flushed down the toilet.
I know, I didn't hate. I mean, I was a kid, but when I first heard about the midichlorians, I didn't hate that. I thought it was just an interesting way of measuring.
That's how I see
the
it now.
Power, the just a way to measure the power or the abilities. It's still, like, a lot of people say it took away from the mystical aspect of the
That's
Force.
what
not really. I'm like, I don't know about that.
It doesn't because it while I do see the value in creating, like, yeah, we can measure someone's, you know, aptitude to the Force and measure potential, that makes sense. The way it came across, though, and this is what I saw with a lot of fans, was that all of a sudden my childhood dreams of being a Jedi, I have to be special and born a certain way with midichlorian count, and I guess I don't get the Force anymore, which, to an extent is true. That's what I liked. What Ahsoka was kind of undoing was saying, no, potential exists for everybody, but you have to commit to the discipline. And Sabine isn't like coming at this out of nowhere. She has a lot of backstory established. She's wielded the Darksaber, for one. And for two, she's been around Jedi basically her entire life, running around with Kanan and Ezra, in the Rebels series. So she's not unknown to it. I thought it was fascinating that they were going to try and give her powers, but because I was like, even as a well-trained Mandalorian, she's a formidable foe. But you give her force powers, now she's going to be a force-wielding Mandalorian now. That I'm like, you know what? And she's not more powerful than Ahsoka, who's not more powerful than Baylan still, which I thought was an interesting. I was kind of happy for that. But it's just like I said, it's not more of the same. There's very obvious changes in the character of this show than what we see in the sequel trilogy. So there's definitely noticeable course correction that's taking place at Lucasfilm. Will it hold? What will we see for season 2? I don't know. Like I said, I think this season was just reduced to here's what we're going to try and set up to something else. And I'll just say this. Thrawn coming back to a galaxy far, far away, roughly 6-7 years after Return of the Jedi, I just don't foresee small events taking place that are somehow going to be reset into the sequel trilogy. And that's what I think we're probably going to see is just kind of a slow meander away from it. Whether or not they make a hard canon change with the Veil of the Force. I got to look at this practically and rationally. The damage is done. All that time we spent, trying to like the sequel trilogy, that I spent trying to like it. I won't speak for everybody else. Sorry. We can't get that back. All that time we got hyped for all those new trailers, and I think that's really what a lot of people feel betrayed by with the sequels is how much we were really excited for them only to be disappointed in the end. And that's what I think is the cause of a lot of our passions and anger. And I think once we realize that, it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should just stop giving them my reaction altogether. At some point, you gotta, and that's what I did after Rise of Skywalker. I was like done with Star Wars, and then I heard Jon Favreau's coming in with The Mandalorian, and I came in, I'm like, oh, this is great, yeah, Star Wars again. And then Mando season 2 was good, and then we got Book of Boba Fett, which was all right. That was okay. If we're gonna have is it Michael Rodriguez? No. Is it Michael Rodriguez?
Robert Rodriguez.
Robert Rodriguez. Thank you. If we're gonna have Robert Rodriguez do Star Wars, he needs to just have his own thing, and I think he could do a pretty decent job with it.
Yeah.
I still think it was foolish of him. Oh, I'm gonna go get the Rancor instead of my spaceship, but that's dumb.
Yeah, I didn't even watch. I watched season 2, and I kind of had an idea what Boba Fett was going to be just based on watching the last couple episodes of season 2 of Mandalorian,
which he was great in. Boba Fett was one of the highlights of Mando season 2, in my opinion, along with Luke.
And then he gets into a fight with another Mandalorian chick. I don't even know who that was. And then she was like beating his ass. I was just like, oh no, are they doing this shit again? I think after this, I was like, okay. Yeah. And then based on what I heard, I don't regret not watching Book of Boba Fett. And then I heard that there's Mandalorian season 2.5, 2 episodes of that.
Yeah.
So I watched the clips of the Luke stuff, and it was interesting. I was like, wow, they could have had a great opportunity to show Luke meet Ahsoka, and they didn't do it. I'm like, what are they thinking? I'm like, this is like Game of Thrones season 8 all over again.
Oh, they did that. They did that in Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, and then they had this. They literally copied. I don't know how familiar you are with Lone Wolf and Cub, but that's a great 6-movie series. It's a manga in Japan. Great about a father and a son, walking the path of, as they say in that story, walking the path of hell, or in this case, the life of an assassin and all that. And there's a point in that story where where the father has the toddler son. I don't know if the toddler can walk or something. But he's like, you have to make a choice, Daigoro. Choose the ball or choose the sword. If you choose the ball, I will send you to your mother because the mother's dead. He's going to slay the boy because this main character, I forget I can't think of his name right now, but he's an executioner. He's an executioner, which is high up in Japanese society. So he's going to kill if his son chooses the ball, he will kill his son. If his son chooses the sword, his son will walk with him on the path of hell. And that's pretty much where the story begins. And that's kind of what that Luke did to, I'll still call him Baby Yoda. Choose the helmet and go back to the, Mandalorian, whatever his name is. I forget. Don't care.
Din Djarin. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. And then choose the lightsaber and become my apprentice. And they completely undid the end of season 2. Because you know what? Even with that terrible CGI, I liked that ending. I liked that ending with Luke. I actually felt emotion. I actually felt something. Because I wasn't sure if they were going to, be respectful to Luke at all. And they did. They did it. And I liked that. And then they undid that with that one scene. I was like, I'm glad I didn't watch this. But then more baiting. They did the Kenobi show. I was like, okay, nostalgia. I have to see this for myself. I saw it. I regret it.
I do want to touch. Well, I do want to touch real quick. I didn't say it earlier. We were discussing Kenobi. I do want to say that the things that I did like at first was I thought they had a pretty good grasp of Kenobi's mental state post Order 66. As someone who's dealt with heavy loss, like him not thinking clearly, being bossed around by the kid, by young Leia and whatnot, it's like this is what somebody who's like clearly should not be on a rescue mission right now would probably behave. And I thought that now we're gonna see, a childhood hero go through something that a lot of the post 9/11 generation, especially soldiers who went and fought in Afghanistan, experienced PTSD. They're going to see something similar with their hero overcome and come out the other side, that the strong Obi-Wan that we know at Episode 4, right? We get Jake Kenobi, I guess, and we get I'm so sorry that I wasn't there and I was a bad master. I don't care. Guess I'll just walk away now. Good luck. Enjoy blowing up Alderaan. That's my fault now. Yeah, no, not with it. And then on top of that, the writer has the audacity to say, you just can't care about canon. And I'm like, that, get out of here.
And then they pulled another, the toxic fan was harassing, what's her name, Reva. And I was just like, oh, shut up. That was in my opinion, that was a deflection. I mean,
it's all publicity stunt, garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't speak for everybody, and I know there's assholes out there that are like that hate people over something so stupid. But I'm not one of them, and I still didn't care for that show, much less. I thought Reva's acting slowly improved, and I think that the actress herself could definitely, have a career if she wants to work towards it and keep working on her. Because in the show, you actually see her get better. It was really fascinating. At the first episode, you're like, wow, she's really overselling it. And then by the last episode she's in, you're like, okay, this is just bad plot, but hey, you're doing what Hayden did. Got that Hayden energy. Working with what you got, and you're showing the potential. So,
all right. So
put her in the KOTOR movie or something. I don't know.
All right,
that's ultimately, before we get into Star Trek, that's the thing that I want to say as from the human thing of Star Wars is the reason why I'm all for a reboot and I'm all for keeping all these actors and actresses.
Did you say reboot?
Yes. Reboot is because, guys, these people were excited to be in Star Wars. Still are. And I think that's important to take. If we need to give them completely new characters, rewrite arcs, change the... I don't really care about the specifics of giving them that. But it should be, as fans, we should take a moment to recognize that the passion that these people brought to these films, as bad as they were, was there. And that I think those people shouldn't necessarily have their work reflected on the bad writing of the sequel trilogy and prevent them from not even having a Star Wars role. Whether or not it's a major role or they get reduced to background characters. I mean, these guys, in contrast to the original character or the original cast in Star Wars, these guys want to be here. They want to do Star Wars, and I think it's important to keep that interest, and I think it's important to note that and just give them better jobs, give them better characters.
So I've only watched up to episode 5 of Ahsoka. So you think I should finish the show? Because I haven't had a whole lot of. I haven't had a lot of drive to finish.
Yeah, I would say it's worth finishing at least once at this point. But honestly, if you wanted to wait until they announce a season 2 and how that shapes up, I don't think you'd be. There's no rush, as well.
So there's going to be a season 2. So there's things that have been
Nothing has officially been launched yet. Even with the numbers, Disney's confident that there's enough enthusiasm for a potential season 2. Like I said, I think the season 1 just suffers because it was probably going to be closer to 10 to 15 episodes, which, do the math on that for what 15 million an episode would come out to. So you have a bigger budget, but as things probably started coming down the pipeline, like, Andor wasn't popular, Book of Boba Fett wasn't well received, we're going to have to make cuts here. And when you already have a story set to one specific type of episode or one specific type of budget, then you're going to be like, here's all this cool Thrawn stuff we originally had planned. Yeah, gone. Here's this extra cool stuff with Ahsoka and Anakin. Gone. But we'll see. We'll see. If it comes out and it's like $300 million, then we're going to have a different conversation. I'll tell you what.
Okay. So, all right. I'll definitely. All right. Then I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So Mark Clark for $1.99. Thank you, Mark. Can we all agree that Admiral Holdo sucked?
Yeah. At the time, I thought that was intentional for her character.
Do we have a plan? You're just a flyboy. You're just a toxic male. Fuck you. No, sorry.
No,
that's basically what she was. What she did.
If that was intentional for her character arc, it was good. It was an example of a terrible leader, and I like it, and I'm there for it. But I don't think that was.
What do you think of the Holden? I know we're getting off, but quick take.
Okay, so the repudiations of the sequel trilogy in Ahsoka, right? So first of all, we have her walking out in a spacesuit, but she can't fly back. She has to have Sabine pick her up. So much for, Force Mary Poppins. Then the next one, the giant craft with the ghost in front of them and the giant hyper ring for Thrawn's Star Destroyer takes off in front of them, but all they get is waked out. They don't get destroyed. There isn't a giant hole pushed through. Now, people have been saying, well, it's a giant ring. And I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is this ring ship travels through hyperspace, right, with a pocket of normal space in the center.
Okay.
So when they hyper accelerate the ring to go into hyperspace, would it not stand to reason that anything in front of that hyper acceleration is probably going to get caught and, exploded like we saw in episode 8?
I haven't gotten that far yet, so I'll see when I get to it.
No, it happened in. I thought that was episode 5 where they zoomed off at the end. Oh,
with the whales? Yeah, I remember the whales and all that.
Yeah, the whales show up and then carry Ahsoka back. So
okay, a perfect way to segue into Star Trek. This is my so that whale probe in Star Trek 4 was sent by those space whales and this, because I really can't stand. Honestly, I didn't think the Purgle were great idea in Rebels, but hey, it is like I'm gonna say it again. It is what it is, and I'll just say if you want to connect Star Trek to that, that's where that space probe, that whale probe came from.
Yeah,
to go to Earth and tell the way, and so we're supposed to go back in time, bring these whales, put them down, and hope they tell the probe to do itself whatever it does with it. I love McCoy. Like his lines are always classic. So let's go. Let's leave behind the galaxy far, far away, and let's go to the final frontier.
Back to our galaxy, a few hundred years in the future. Well, probably technically a few hundred years from where we're sitting right now.
So I was curious, what is your history with Trek?
My specific history. So, like I said, I've always loved Star Wars, Star Trek. Again, my whole life watched Star Trek as a kid growing up. Also got reeled back into it in high school when they came out with 2009. I do love 2009 Trek and beyond. I felt that there was a lot of effort made to still try and be, inspired by the original Star Trek. And it's obviously a lot more respectful than the way a lot of the 2017 plus properties handle Star Trek. But I was also, I graduated 2009. So this was essentially my generation's introduction into Star Trek in a lot of ways. And it did do what it was supposed to at first and brought a lot of new fans into Star Trek, and I think helped a lot of the popularity. Which, regardless of whether you agree with the content or the quality, I mean, that's what I look at is okay, are we talking about Star Trek? Do we have new Star Trek? Are we getting more Star Trek? Let's have all the discussions we need to on that.
I'll be honest, I did like 2009 at the time when it came out, but once again, I was a sweet summer. I just graduated from college, so I associate that time. It was a good time. I went with friends. Yeah. We saw it, and I think the big highlight for me was Leonard Nimoy being in the movie. That was the major highlight of the movie. And I thought initially I was okay with the action and all that, but then when you see some of the stuff that they did, I mean, just like them, just like getting out of warp in the middle of a field or in the middle of a battlefield or something like that, like I know they did it for shock value, but no, don't do that.
Into Darkness, in my opinion, I loved that movie at first, but I could watch the parts that I enjoy. And the parts that I enjoy in Into Darkness are the popcorn movie portions of the film, like the Enterprise rising out of the ocean, and then saving Spock, and then taking off, and then the battle scenes and chasing through warp. Those are all fun little popcorn bits. The movie itself and the plot is.
Cumberbatch is not Khan. I'm sorry.
No,
he's not. They initially announced him as John Harrison. He's still John Harrison. You know what? Maybe John Harrison was one of the other 57 that was part of Khan's Botany Bay crew. I mean, they could have done something with that.
Yeah.
No, I'm Khan. I like how he says, "I am Khan," and you're like, why would Chris Pine's Kirk react to that? That means nothing to him.
That was exactly what the scene feels like too.
That was meant. I mean, that was meant to say to the audience, "I am Khan."
I am Khan.
I'm like,
I am Kirk.
I'm Kirk. Hi, nice to meet you.
So yes, I tried kicking your ass earlier. We've already established our name.
Yeah, and like, even Shatner's Kirk back in the space scene, he didn't know who Khan was right away until they looked him up.
See, there's a plot twist for you, making good use of the multiverse. Okay, you're right. John Harrison is not Khan. He's a different member of the Space Seed crew. But the plot would then change to require Kirk to go get Khan, to use him to wrangle in the other, acolyte, so to speak. Because let's say, like, there's no data on this guy at all, and they don't know how to stop him, but he's crazy, causing terror and terrorizing everything. But let's get away from that. Let's have that. But then we change, Wrath of Khan, like, on its head. That's a complete 180 from what we have to, oh yeah, they're enemies, to, oh, now they're going to be friends and they have to take down this other augment guy, John Harrison. Yeah, that's already a better movie without even going too much into it.
Okay, so all right, so I figure we go a little bit into, so we talked a little bit about JJ Trek and all that. And so Roddenberry Trek. So Roddenberry. So a lot of people said Roddenberry Trek has been destroyed. And you say it's been destroyed since Star Trek Generations. So let's talk about your take on Star Trek Generations. And you know what's funny? I just watched the movie yesterday and I watched the rest of it. I watched part of it, big portion of it yesterday. I watched it today. And you know what's funny is despite all the bitching and complaining I do about that movie, I still, maybe it's pure nostalgia for me, which is why I have in my title right here, nostalgic. I watched it and I still enjoyed it. I mean, yeah. I thought like even with the stuff that I feel ruined episodes like Family, and you know whose idea it was to kill off Picard's family? Patrick Stewart. It was his idea. I read about it today. I was like, okay, that doesn't surprise me. Being the executive producer of Star Trek Picard. So you can thank Patrick Stewart for that. So, but let's go into your take on why Star Trek Generations destroyed Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek.
Yeah, and to do that, I was going to have a video that was going to be up and live today, and it was going to be everywhere, and we could watch it and discuss it, not necessarily watch on the stream, but everyone would have had their chance to view it, so I wouldn't have to do what I'm going to do as a sort of, special treat, so to speak. And that's just read my script for the video to you guys. As some of you know who follow me or don't know, my graphical processing unit has decided that it is done with this existence. And after being pushed through 5 whole years of rigorous gaming and streaming and whatnot, my 2080 Super has it's on the fritz. So at the risk of not being able to show up tonight, I have to postpone my video. But good news is I ordered the new GPU today because I was like, things are a little tight, but I can't grow my channel without a computer. So yeah. So it's on the way. The video is still going to be made. Just because I'm reading the script here on the Chill stream doesn't mean I'm not going to do the video. I've already got it recorded and whatnot, and so, but I've got the script in front of me, and so I could just start going through some paragraphs, and if you want to stop me and talk about it, we can do that. And if anybody has a question or a comment or whatnot, I have no problem stopping every so often to get through it, even just to get feedback or whatever. So with that, I'm probably going to come up with a more clickbaity title when the time comes, but the current working title is Generations, the Definitive End of Roddenberry's Star Trek. Have you ever wanted to get into a new fandom, only to be overwhelmed with discouragement from all the confusion of canon and lore changes? Do the fans of certain intellectual properties just rub you the wrong way? Sadly, Star Trek is no exception to this misery. There was a time when I may have argued the Trek fanbase being one of the greatest and most welcoming, and I think in a lot of misunderstood ways we still are.
Some people, yeah. A lot of them, I'll be honest, I'll say this. I mean, based on my experience, there's a lot of self-righteousness out there. A little too much of it. And a lot of dismissive attitudes towards people of particular political leanings and stuff. And I'm like, have you not understood what Star Trek was about in the first place? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's about having food for thought,
Exactly.
I mean, yes, you might not agree with stuff, and there's going to be people that might not agree with you, but it's important to have a conversation.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's what I'm hoping with this video, is that we can get a conversation going so we can actually get back to being critical of the art and not really, there's certain arguments that come up in discourse that I think create a lot of noise and distract from what we want to see. And that's improvement of characters, that's improvement of stories, and that's a general respect for the IP. And that's what my goal is with this video, is to get there, to try and help fans go, you know what, maybe this is a point we can come to an agreement on, and then we can get back to arguing about other stuff.
There you go.
We can stop saying Star Trek is dead. Okay, if Star Trek's dead, why do you got to keep saying it? That's where I'm coming from now. All right. Here we go. The biggest dividing factor, of course, is brought about in current era Trek, and whether or not it's real Star Trek. As a fan of anything, I tend to take issues with statements like that, because it's very elitist and divisive. But I think there is a set metric, especially with Star Trek, that we can establish what makes real Star Trek, and a real fan versus a misguided fan versus a shill poser. But to get to that, right, I have a sponsor, we're monetized now, I was going to have a fun, right, I'm skipping the ad. We need to agree to what real Star Trek is, and to do that, we'll need to watch all of Star Trek. So go ahead and pause, and watch every episode and film. We're going to go ahead and continue this Nerdporeal stream in about 7 months when you guys are done watching all of Star Trek. When you come back, I'll continue reading my script, and then I'll finish my Generations. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I'm pretty sure most everybody watching this stream's already seen a lot of Star Trek, so I'll continue. To understand what real Star Trek is, we need to agree to where it all went different. We need to agree to what Star Trek is and what it's supposed to be, and we need to accept the fact that beyond a few core ideas, we aren't always going to agree, and that's okay. Our diversity of thoughts and ideas is what makes us great as a species. On September 6th, 1966, Canadians first witnessed what would be a long-time cult classic that slowly grew and influenced a lot of the modern-day pop culture spheres and gathering places. This show pioneered many firsts, all of which can be learned about in the official Star Trek website or the many enthusiastic fan channels, one of which you see before you now, that deep dive and discuss Star Trek's influence often. Even on my channel, The Writer Brothers, we talk about Trek's past and overall impact. Today, however, I'm looking to establish its core ideas of tolerance, acceptance, overcoming differences, and generally respecting each other as equals regardless of any personal beliefs. These are the qualities that define a Star Trek fan. Not excuses to ignore those ideals when it's politically convenient, but rather guidelines and principles that any human can understand and apply to their lives to live as better examples for others. Ideas that are very personal to me because they are also similar to my personal faith and ideology, but more importantly, they are good and true and prove themselves when you choose to live by them.
Mm-hmm. You said September 6th.
Canadians, yeah. I mean, that's officially the day that Star Trek premiered in Canada. So
did
people
it?
like this, yeah. It came out on Tuesday because that was the release schedule for the networks in Canada.
So it came out first, and it came out before it came out in the United States. Really?
Yeah, two days early. And people still try to hold, it's September 8th, is Star Trek Day. It's a Star Trek Day.
Yeah.
It's the time the rest of the world got Star Trek.
I had no idea. I'll have to look that up. I mean, that's eventually. I'll definitely have to include that in my future TOS retrospective. I will do it. My plan is to hopefully, when I have so many projects I want to do. Eventually, I want to do something that someone named there's a channel called Rowan J. Coleman. He's done like a whole bunch of Star Trek retrospectives. I want to do something equivalent to what he does, except he covers like shows as a whole. Usually,
Yeah.
I want to cover season by season, at least the original series. So
That's a good idea.
Season 1, my favorite season of all Star Trek, so I definitely want to cover that. But yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. September 6th. Sorry, I'll let you keep going. My bad.
Yeah, and I think the compromise should be, let's just turn Star Trek Day into a 3-day party. I mean, oh no,
Yeah.
6th, 7th, 8th, 3 days of Trek. Ooh. Don't threaten me with a good time. All right, resuming. Don't get me wrong, we're all human and I mess these up often, but I want to learn from my mistakes, as I want you to learn from yours. The ideas of Star Trek also offer a better standard of living and way of life for all humans. But to get to that, we need to agree on what real Star Trek is, or as I prefer to call it, Roddenberry Star Trek. All Star Trek is real in some form or another. And then I want to have the scene of Benny and DS9 going, "It's real in here!" And while some iterations may depart from the core ideas, that's okay. And I'll explain why after I've made my point about generations and how this all ties in. Where does my fan credibility come from? My favorite Star Trek is Deep Space Nine and Star Treks 1 through 6, or as I lovingly refer to them as TOS Season 4. Followed by Enterprise, then Picard Season 3, the first episode of Strange New Worlds, and 9 episodes from the second season. I thought Discovery Season 1 had some promise. It was a departure from Trek, but it all ended up making sense in the end because the season had more to do with the Mirror Universe. I stopped watching after Season 2. Season 1 of Picard did not keep my interest, and even clips from Season 2 weren't enough to pull me back in. When I heard Season 3 was a fan service reunion special, I figured I'd give it a try, and, well, the season did what it needed to. It played all the right fan service cards while making TNG look badass and doing what I feel all the Next Generation movies failed to do. And keep in mind, this is just my opinion. Think of this as establishing myself as a fan and why I feel I am authority to help determine the exact point Roddenberry Star Trek ended and the Star Trek multiverse began. I don't have a supreme bias because if there's anything Star Trek taught me, it's that you shouldn't have any except maybe for your friends, family, but never at the expense of the truth. And so, I give my thoughts and opinions on Star Trek and everything truthfully. Alright, continuing.
Then we get to Generations.
I know, this one takes a second, but it's about...
So you really think the movies are season 4 at this point?
Basically, by today's standards, I think that's a good way to look at it, because it's between those 6 films, that's close to 10 hours of material.
That's true.
And so that's like a full, and if you think of it as a season, it's a wide range of Star Trek. We've got Motion Picture, which I think is one of the best Star Trek films ever made. Wrath of Khan, one of the most popular, which is still good in my opinion. It's just not. It's an action movie. Let's not kid ourselves.
It's not even an action movie. It's a horror movie almost. It's practically a horror movie. There's horror movie tropes in that movie. But
yeah, that's true.
I'll be honest. I think the movies is more season 5. I've accepted Star Trek Continues as season 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I think it's that good. It's to me, those episodes that were written by Vic Mignogna and whoever else, I think Matt is up there with the best of the original series. Definitely better than a lot of the episodes of season 3. Because I'll be honest, season 3 it's a rough season.
That's where TOS gets its cheese.
Way to Eden, freaking
Isn't
way to
Spock's brain
Eden.
a season
Turnabout
product too?
I have a strange loving in my heart or affection in my heart for Spock's brain because it was the first of 2 VHSs I ever owned. The other one being Spacey, so the very first 2 VHS I've owned of Star Trek. But yeah, Spock's brain can be dumb. Brain. What is brain? Is controller? Is it not? Something stupid like that. Women. What are women? Oh, you mean givers of pain and delight. When I was 11, I was like, what is he talking about? And as an adult, I laugh every time they say it. I laugh now as an adult for obvious reasons. But yeah, Spock's brain. You had the worst episode, in my opinion, and The Children Shall Lead. Bad episode. The very cheesiness of Paradise Syndrome, where Kirk thinks he's a god amongst Native Americans.
Yeah,
that were moved by the preservers and all that. But there were some strong ones. The Only Web, I think, was a strong episode,
Yeah.
and they used that for Enterprise season 4
Yep.
in the Mirror Darkly. I thought that was a great idea, and
I agree.
they even followed that up in Star Trek Continues in a different way. So the
Oh.
Defiant didn't just appear in the Enterprise; it also appeared in Star Trek Continues. Another
Oh, wow.
version of Kirk. Another version of Kirk had to live for years in the Defiant alone.
Huh.
Just him and the computer, and the computer was evil, so to speak. But that was another good episode where Vic Mignogna was wore the makeup and he played an older Kirk and all that. I thought it was a great episode. But yeah, that to me, that's season 4. The movies, I love motion picture. The motion picture's grown on me. First time I watched it, I fell asleep because of the long scenes. But I'll be honest, like if there's ever ship porn, whenever you think ship porn, you think the motion picture with that insane the Jerry Goldsmith score is one of the most magical, in my opinion. In my director, definitely. See that up there? Director's cut, right where my finger is.
You get more ship porn with the director's cut.
Yes. And yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. The music, it takes you to another world.
Yep.
And you just love the arc that Spock is on. And Kirk is a dick, but he gets, him and Decker managed to, come to Decker manages to come respect him and all that. It was a good movie. It was just, there's too much watching a screen. That's the big criticism. But I think a lot, but the visuals, damn. And then director's version, that's the definitive version, which I own. And Mark Hark agrees with you. It's the best. I still think Wrathcon's still my favorite though.
And that's fine. I mean, my favorite, my go-to Trek films are, like I said, motion picture. Beyond is up there because I feel they finally had the TOS modern feel mixed, and I thought the plot was still pretty okay, but it just,
I didn't like Beyond.
It was too well. It should have happened. We should have got that instead of Into Darkness for one.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Into Darkness really put a sour taste in everyone's mouth towards the Kelvin timeline, and I get it.
Yeah.
I understand.
That's why Beyond. That's probably one of the biggest reasons why Beyond didn't do well. It
was marketed bad too. It was
marketed bad. I mean, there was, when I went to see it, there was barely anybody there, and it's just like they took aspects of Star Trek 3, and I've even argued with people like, how do you like Star Trek Beyond more than Star Trek 3? They took ideas from Star Trek 3 and they just the destruction of the Enterprise. The destruction of the Enterprise in Star Trek 3 was a big deal. It was a very powerful scene where they're looking at it going into the atmosphere, and Kirk's like, what did I do? And McCoy's like, what you had to do, what we always do, give life a fighting chance. Or I forget exactly how he put it, but that was a powerful scene.
Turn death into a fighting chance to live.
Turn death into a fighting chance to live. Great moment. What did they do in Beyond? They just destroyed the ship because there was a swarm of fighters, and then they beat the swarm of fighters with Beastie Boys music. I was like, the power of punk rock. Yeah,
Hey,
I
man,
guess.
I just got one response to that. TOS season 3.
What way to eat it?
I'm just saying, like the cheese factor has always been a staple of Star Trek. Like they've had some cheesy ways of getting out of the situations, and that's why I felt like, first of all, they explained it. And now you got to understand, when I was in the Coast Guard, I was doing radios. So when Uhura's up there talking about putting it out through VHF and broadcasting a signal to disrupt them and destroy them all, I'm like, we're gonna kill them with the power of radio. It's just so Star Trek, man.
When was that? I forget. What episode was that? Do you remember?
It's Beyond.
Oh, that was Beyond. Oh,
yeah. Oh. That's why they explain why they use the Beastie Boys and everything. Like, it's part of the actual plot, so it works. It's cheesy. And I'm not gonna say it's not. It is, yeah. But that's also, we got to remember. This is Star Trek that has those big epic family. Those moments like family and TNG and those very very hard hitting moments. But then it also knows when to have fun too. I mean, it's okay. It's not bad. Like I said, Beyond itself. If you take out Into Darkness and you just look at 2009 and skip to Beyond, it's like, We could have moved it. This could have gone somewhere. We had potential here. We really did. We had a lot more potential there than we did with Discovery. But, and you could tell in my little dissertation, I definitely took the diplomatic route. Like, I'm not, this is about generations, so that's why I didn't want to get too into Discovery just yet. But, I'll go ahead and get back into that, and then, yeah, I'll just burn through it real quick, if you still want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Being a real Star Trek fan means respecting the core ideas of the origin of the show itself. Now, you do not have to love or even like the original series to be a Star Trek fan. Yes, I'm going there. You can like something else. You can like just TNG. I know. A lot of purist fans out there. You just listen closely. I get it. It's not for everyone. It isn't really for me, except for a few select episodes, like Balance of Terror being one of the best.
Agreed.
And all the motion picture films. I also like Star Trek V. However, it is suggested you try to find at least one TOS episode, and no shame if it's Trouble with Tribbles, which is also a favorite of mine. And I also love the DS9 episode that follows that, Trials and Tribulations. That Trials and Tribulations is how modern Star Trek at that time paid proper respect to the classic.
Yep, 30th anniversary. That episode and the episode Flashback were in Voyager, where they were Tuvok takes Janeway. I remember if it was through a mind meld or something.
Yeah.
Back to the Excelsior. So we got to see, the Excelsior during the events of Star Trek 6 a little bit more fleshed out. Yeah. Like, what were they doing, while the Enterprise was trying to find Kirk and McCoy on Roapente? Well, apparently they got into a little bit of a scuffle with Kang and all that, and we get to see more of Grace Lee Whitney as Commander. She's Commander Janice Rand in that, and we got to see I think all the actors that were on the bridge in Star Trek 6 came back for that. The only person we did not see in Star Trek 6 was Tuvok. So there you go.
That was a silly episode the way Voyager did it. Stupid plot device all around. But you know what? That was one of those Trek moments that I was like, this is fan service. And it's all being done correctly. They aren't suddenly making, Sulu some kind of, I'm gonna, petition for gay rights or something in the middle of this battle in the nebula. It's just Star Trek.
Nobody, and at that time, nobody knew, George Takei's orientation. It wasn't until like 2005, a year after the DVDs came out, that we so it was funny because in, I don't know if it was the original series DVDs that I owned, in the special features, and this is going to reference Generations. He talks about his reaction to the fact that Hikaru Sulu had a daughter, and Demora, and he's like, "Oh my!" He's like, "Who was the mother?" Or he's like, "Who is she, and who was the mother?" I didn't think of it. I was like, okay. He was surprised nobody told him, and then a year later he comes out as gay, and I was like, I can understand why he reacted that. I can always understand why he reacted that way. Yeah. I don't think even he said like his character wasn't gay though. Hikaru Sulu wasn't necessarily.
And that's what I got to give him credit for. When Beyond came out and they made him gay, even he came out and was like, "This is I don't agree with this," and I was like, I didn't find it offensive the way they did that, because it's never established in the prime timeline whether he's actually straight and has an adopted daughter. So I thought the way they did it, just showing it, that's the stuff that I think if you're going to do your message, that's how you do it. You just have, so I give credit to Doctor Who. When Doctor Who had gay and lesbian characters on screen, you know what they did? They just showed up. And they just behaved like characters. There wasn't a big deal made about it. It was like, this is my girlfriend.
It's like,
but it wasn't. Oh my gosh, that's your girlfriend. Let's spend 50 minutes talking about what a strong, independent person. Oh my God, no, none of that.
It's like people make a big deal about race. Like, why not? Yeah. Why not have people that just be colorblind to it? Like, why is it a big deal? Why is someone's sexual orientation a big deal? Like, honestly, I mean, it's a part of who they are, but it's not all of who they are. There's a lot more. It's not that simple. There's depth to people.
Star Trek taught me that, whether they're whatever their differences from myself, whether it's a different ethnic background or whether their sexuality is different from mine, that shouldn't matter. That I should basically base my interactions on them based off of their actions and their character. you know, there was some guy who said that at the Lincoln Memorial. I have a dream that one day will be judged by the content of the character and not the color of their skin. Probably, if he was alive now, I would imagine he'd probably add not the type of sexuality either. But anyway, all right, Brad, let's skip ahead because you want to get to, or not skip ahead. So
we're generations. We got to generations now, Demora. Or sorry, but you all right? Just
yeah, Demora. Right. That's right. We were talking about. You're right. That's right. That's a good way to segue back into the generation. Now getting to the generations portion of my generations video.
There you go.
All the complaints and issues I hear against 2017 Plus Trek begin in Star Trek Generations. The biggest sins this movie commits are seen in some of the newer versions of Star Trek, but those are new takes on an already established and near-perfect idea. No matter what Multiverse Trek produces, it will never change what's been established in Roddenberry Trek. Roddenberry Trek is over and done. Shows that even try to follow the Roddenberry Bible will maybe last 2 or 3 seasons because eventually the rules will force the show into a circle. But it's appropriate, considering Roddenberry Trek is timeless despite the Roddenberry model being a 3-time proven failure. TOS was canceled after only 3 seasons, the motion picture performed poorly at the box office, and The Next Generation needed to make changes for its 3rd season in order to attract a wider audience.
You know that Roddenberry actually left after season 2 of the original series. So it was... Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he was still executive producer, but he was not the showrunner.
So someone tried to follow his rules and failed.
It was Fred Freiberger who took over for season 3, and he was a well-known producer who took over he worked on a whole bunch of other shows. So I think all the scripts that they reject, I have to read up. I don't know the full extent of the history compared to other people, but I think what happened was I think they took a lot of the scripts that a lot of the writers from season 1 did. And they took some of the lesser stories and adapted them. That's what I think. And they had to cut costs, and obviously they had that time slot which is the 10 p.m. on Friday night.
Yeah,
it was Friday night, season 3. Back in that day, who the hell was home on a Friday? Nobody.
Right.
You're out on dates, or you're drinking, or you're dancing, or you're doing shit. Nobody's gonna.
Yeah.
People don't stay home on Fridays. Unless the show's that unless it's a Saturday and the show's that damn good, then you stay home and you watch All in the Family, because that was the #1 show in the early 70s. But that's a major exception though. But with Star Trek, I mean, Star Trek had a lot of viewers, but season 3, I mean, they said the studio, the network was not interested in it. They basically set it up to fail. This even with the fan, because season 2 was about to be canceled. And you had Betty Jo Trimble and her husband were in contact with Roddenberry, and they led a male what I forget what they call
it.
Campaign. Mail campaign. So they basically, they networked with a whole bunch of people, and a whole bunch of people wrote to them saying, please keep Star Trek on. So, and it worked for them going into season 3. They tried again for season 4. Nope, they were done. No matter what.
So I mean, there's definitely issues in there, but I mean, even as a storytelling method, though, and that's my point, is like the Roddenberry Bible of not having crew conflict, I think, is one of the aspects that just that should be the standard. That should be the expectation on the bridge. That should not be how the plot lines always roll out, though.
I agree.
And that's where DS9 I felt started to shine, was because instead they take, they allow for the conflict because it's like, the Bajoran militia and the Federation officers, although they put that there, but then we had conflict with the Starfleet officers with each other all the time on DS9. So they just did that to get the foot in the door to go with. But at the same time, they still follow that rule because the expectation is that you will behave like Starfleet officers and you will try to resolve your conflicts like adults and move away from them. And that's what I think, that's like the key detail. Regardless of how silly New Trek gets, that's like the key standard that has been missing this entire time. And then, all right, I'll get back into it. Resuming the script. I think what angers me the most about this movie is that for the first half, I was actually enjoying it. It felt like a TNG episode that was stretched into a 2-parter. But as it went on, I quickly felt my intelligence being insulted to a point where I felt the need to pause the movie and scream at it. This is not the sign of good cinema or a healthy, functioning human being. How is it that the TNG crew, which peaked their performance in Season 7 and were off to new things, suddenly got this uncharacteristically stupid? I mean, what is this? What even is this? And that's where I wanted to put Prophet of the Dragons clip there. Like, who, and then I continue with my bit.
Wait. Wait. I'll do it now, because you know you can never get never enough of profit. Here's his message right here.
What is what are we doing? Like, what is happening?
Exactly what I felt watching this movie recently. Who are these people? It's like the last 7 years didn't happen. These are supposedly the same people, yet they are behaving worse than in season 1. Our problems quickly begin near the end of the film when Shatner meets Stewart, or rather where Kirk meets Picard, and the never-ending debate of who's better can finally be resolved by both of them working together or something. Yeah, spoiler alert for this movie that is almost 30... Oh, my God. I am old. 30-year-old film. That's right, Star Trek died almost 30 years ago, and I could prove it with more not-so-nitpicky nitpicks. So anyway, Kirk meets Picard is where the movie begins, or rather where the writers started writing the story. You see, concept writing can be fun, Picard Season 3, but it requires a lot of creative liberties to execute, and if you take too much, well, you end up forcing your characters that were built up to be bright, intelligent Starfleet officers, to suddenly behave uncharacteristically dumb because the plot needs them to. This is seen in continued iterations of Trek, especially in Discovery, but also Enterprise committed this offense, or so it seemed, with the Vulcans, and it impacted how the fans viewed that show. It wasn't until later that we learned that Archer helped set the Vulcans on their way, that them being out of character was the point. They weren't the Vulcans we meet in Kirk's era. This was still the Wild West days of space exploration, but again, Generations set the precedent, and Enterprise was a prequel. Generations was a sequel to TNG Season 7, or rather the closing of Roddenberry Trek and the beginning of Multiverse Trek. The movie actually starts with the christening of the Enterprise B. This was an interesting bit, the crew passing on the torch to the new captain, who I guess cheated on all his exams and should not have been placed on the bridge, or maybe he just caves hard when being on camera. Either way,
according to what I read, he came from a really well-to-do family, and so it was like, you know, it was through nepotism or something that he managed to become a captain or something. He knew somebody or something. That at least that was the idea behind Captain Harriman, you know, Alan Ruck's character and all that. So that's why he kind of comes off as like, what should I do? What should I do? You left space dock without a tractor beam? Yeah, the tractor beam won't be installed till Tuesday.
Hey, guess when my GPU arrives?
Let me guess. Tuesday.
I get to be bored until Tuesday. All right. So actually, funnily enough, back to the script. Either way, maybe select a new captain or put an admiral on the bridge with Captain Tuesday for a patroller 5. Kirk gives his life to save the Enterprise, which is a fitting way to go, and all is well with the Roddenberry timeline. When we fast forward to the 24th century, where Worf is pitting on Lieutenant Commander. I actually love this scene. For all the times Worf makes people put up with Klingon tradition, they haze him Navy sailor style. It was all appropriate and keeping in tradition with where Trek was by this time. Then Picard gets a distressing message and has to leave. Riker, getting giddy to play sailor some more, has to go to the bridge to respond to a distress call. This leads to the crew to a monitoring post, which was attacked by unknown assailants using disruptors, leaving 3 possibilities. In this moment, and because it's on film, they crank up the blood and gore a bit with Romulan corpses. This probably set a precedent for, well, if you know, you know. Think eyeballs in each ebb. But wait, hold on a second. And then I have the clip of the alien exploding in season 1 of TNG.
Oh. Yeah, the conspiracy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I guess this has been normal since the Roddenberry era. And then, so real quick to touch on that, and that's what I want to say real quick. When we do gore in Star Trek, there is places where it can work. And if it's earned and it's done just right and it's a better way to tell the story and get a point across than just saying it on screen, I think it's okay, and that's what we see in Conspiracy, for example, and we even see that in Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, where they try to use the horror elements. So blood and gore has been normal with Trek. I think the real problem with the eyeball scene has nothing to do with the fact that it's gory and gross. That's part of it, but we all know it's out of spite. Mm-hmm. And that's aged super well since, you know, the person that was supposedly involved with harming Anthony Rapp got completely confirmed innocent or not guilty, found not guilty, I should say.
So, you're talking about a certain guy that plays I forget what is that character's name in the Usual Suspects?
I thought I was gonna say Frank Underwood from House of Cards, but yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I think
From
so.
The Usual Suspects. I can't think of his name. Kaiser Soze. Kaiser Soze.
Unfamiliar with that role myself.
Oh, really?
So
Or
yeah,
Seven. The
yeah.
man. John Doe. There you go.
Hmm.
That's creepy enough.
Yeah. So my overall point with that is just like the gore isn't really, that's not the issue. It's the fact that this was like, this is a character that we're going to spite a real life person instead of just reusing this character and recasting him. And it was like that whole thing with the eyeball scene was just unnecessary because it had no purpose to the plot in Picard season 1 either. Like, well, that whole season has no purpose to the plot, but that's beside the point.
All that scene did was disgust me, and
Yep.
it was really where it's really set the course for how I felt about the rest of the season.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I'm like, you took it, you like, who the heck are you guys who just entered the Star Trek realm? Who the hell are you people to go ahead and take a character, a legacy character? This, I mean, I mean, Icheb was a side character, but he was still part of the Voyager crew. That was from 2 decades prior. Who the hell are you to do that? And it was the same. I had this was one issue that didn't age well with me with 2009. Who the hell are you to destroy Romulus? J.J. Abrams. I mean, this is not Star Wars. And then in the Kelvin timeline, he destroys Vulcan. He destroys 2 planets in 2 different universes in a single film. I'm just like, yeah, I know you want to be different now, all that, but I mean, sorry, I'm gonna rant and I'm gonna go Prophet of the Dragon. I don't want to do that.
Well, we're almost to the point where that's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
From there, they find a survivor who just happened to be saved by the Enterprise B earlier in the film. Turns out he's some nut job trying to get back to some magical nexus thingy and will kill anyone and destroy anything to get there. As Picard learns from Guinan that Soren is a danger to be trifled with, he's conveniently left the Enterprise already and returned to the listening post where he encounters comic relief emotion ship Data, who is quickly overwhelmed with fear. As Riker is trying to extract everyone, Soren engages them in a firefight and gets away with Geordi on a 20-year-old Klingon bird of prey commanded by the Duras sisters. Woo. Oh, I guess I should mention, the reason for the urgency is because Soren launched a trilithium torpedo into the system's sun, causing it to go supernova. So let's recap up to this point. We have a guy desperate to return to his research, which he conveniently can't explain. All of the times in TNG we dealt with someone who was obsessed with their work, we never thought to assign a security detail to follow this obviously deranged man everywhere, even off the ship. Nah, just let him go off to the array, it's fine. Or as the drinker would say, it'll be fine. On top of that, he has a device that can seamlessly nuke any star. Like, I get it, he's been working on this project for 300 years, but a device of this kind of power is galaxy-ending. This makes the nuclear weapons of today seem like a child's play toy, especially when you consider this device can be easily launched from a missile on a planet's surface. The Klingons thought Genesis was a mass extinction device. Yeah, imagine having your empire decimated in mere minutes with a small handful of missiles.
Do you think maybe one of those missiles is what caused the Romulan Star Nova?
Actually, I gotta give credit to Star Trek Online did kind of go that way with explaining why in the STO timeline that Romulus was destroyed, they used a proto-matter missile because that the Remans were so desperate for independence that even though it was going to destroy Remus, they were tired of the Romulan oppression. But
so proto-matter, the same stuff that David Marcus used in Star Trek 3 to kind of solve some of the design problems of the Genesis. To the point where other Savick is like, how many people have died? Something like that. And then he dies. That part, right. That part always gets me every time. And
Star Trek 3 is so underrated.
It is, and when people say, like like the later films are better, like the JJ films, the Kelvin films are better than that, I'm like, no way. No way.
Maybe Star Trek 5, but Star Trek 5 is just bad because of its
I like Star Trek. What's funny is I love Star Trek 5.
The story's great. It's just those visuals. I gotta be like, on another state of mind to enjoy.
Like you see the way the Enterprise,
yeah,
like when it dodges the Klingon missile or the torpedoes.
More like a smear.
It's like yeah, they couldn't get ILM for that movie, so they hired a second-rate effects company to do it, and it was shit.
Yeah, it was.
Or Shatner. Oh my god, that movie. If you ever see the press conference of Star Trek 5, literally they have the entire cast They have the entire cast on the stage. Of course, because Shatner's the director, he's basically introducing everybody. He forgot Walter Koenig saying, he's like, there's George Takei, and here's the guy that plays Chekhov, and then Walter Koenig looks at him. He's like, I'm Walter Koenig. I know he wanted to say the F word. I know he wanted to say F you, Shatner. and the thing was, they were supposed to do stuff, and then Harv Bennett was still producing it. They had so many technical problems. The whole place was an entire it was like it was not malfunction. It was like a dysfunctional event and everything.
Well, yeah. Yeah, Drinker has a Critical Drinker, a little known YouTuber, some of you might have known about, has a whole video on it about the Star Trek V's production hell, and I had a new perspective because of it. I was like, we were even lucky to get this movie. Okay, and you know what? After Star Trek V, what do we get? My third favorite Star Trek, not necessarily third in order. Like my top three is roughly the same rank. They have give and take.
What's your top three? Motion picture,
Beyond, and Undiscovered Country.
Really?
Yeah.
You like Beyond more than Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock?
Wrath of Khan's an action movie. Beyond has is more in touch with TOS, in my opinion. It feels more original series because of its, I mean, for one, they're in the solid color uniform, so that helps, of course. But it's like the cheese factor, because they kill the bad guys, or they stop the bad guys with Beastie Boys, and you know, the motorbike scene. I was like, this is just big budget TOS. I love it.
I don't know if I agree with that. Okay. I mean, the action stuff felt very, it just felt like very Fast and the Furious type of deal, more than.
Well, that's because it was Justin Lin, but Justin Lin's also a Star Trek fan. Like, you can tell that between like Into Darkness and Beyond, there's not even there's two totally different films, and I
think Wrath of Khan had more in common with the original series. I mean, from the music. I mean,
character-wise, yeah, and the music was there too.
Character-wise, it matched up with Balance of Terror. I mean, the behavior of Spock matches up with how he behaved at the end of Balance of Terror, going into that room, getting the people out, and all that. Yeah. It was very similar to him sacrificing his life in the radiation chamber. You had some cues from the original series that I was listening to James Horner's score. It sounds like there's points where it does sound like they were using cues from Alexander Courage and Fred Steiner's original scores. Yeah. That's the other thing. It's obviously a sequel to Spacey, obviously because of Khan.
Right.
And I mean, we got a battle. We got a nice little battle that was basically, once again, balanced. I mean, Spacey is obviously, it's a sequel to Spacey, but to me, it's also a spiritual successor to Balance of Terror in terms of the battle idea.
I haven't thought of it like that before, so I'm gonna have to watch
between the battle and Spock's self-sacrificial nature. The only difference was in the original series, he survives, you know.
Right.
But there was in the original series, there was still a casualty though. And that was Tomlinson. Tomlinson was the one that was supposed to get married in the beginning of that episode.
That's right. Yep.
So he was sacrificed. But in this one, it was Spock. It was Spock that was sacrificed. And I mean, like, going back to Critical Drinker, I mean, one of my favorite streams by him. I haven't watched him in a long time. But one of my favorite things that he's talked about is his take on Wrath of Khan. And I think his take on Wrath of Khan is really great. And him and Nerdrotic did a live stream discussion. It starts with them bitching about Picard season 1, but then when they get into Wrath of Khan, they talk about like one thing that I liked that Critical Dream pointed out that allowed me to see what makes something good is the fact that everything in that movie, everything in the Wrath of Khan that was used for a reason, and then everything had a payoff. Every single little thing is even to the small detail, like those glasses that McCoy gives in the beginning of the movie, and everything. So, but yeah.
Yeah,
but that's just I mean,
yeah,
so you say it's just an action movie, and also
well, no,
the
not
horror.
Just an action movie. A lot of it is
the
action.
horror. I mean, the first episode of the original series, Man Trap, is a horror episode. It's a slasher episode. Now, I'm not saying Wrath of Khan's a slasher episode, but it still has its roots in horror. I mean, science fiction, even in the 50s with Forbidden Planet, which I don't know if you've ever seen Forbidden Planet. If you haven't, you gotta see it. It's pre-Trek. It's literally pre-Trek. Like, they've copied aspects of it and they've modeled whole episodes after Forbidden Planet. You know, mad scientists on a planet, shit happens and all that. And but I mean, there was the horror roots, and that's why I really enjoyed it. That's also why I really enjoyed about Wrath of Khan. and not only just like the body horror aspect, but when you vaporize someone, this is the only scene in Wrath of Khan. When you vaporize someone, you hear them scream. That sound, that audio effect they use when someone gets vaporized, I cringe. I like it. It's like, whoa, what is this? You know?
No, it's definitely my number 4 pick for my not top 1 favorite movies of Star Trek, because it does have a lot of good character, and I mean all the stuff you said is absolutely true. It's just, for me, what I feel Beyond gets right is that, okay, what prompts them to go out to investigate? Well, I mean, it's a rescue mission, but they're going out into unexplored space, so we're exploring a strange new world, and we're hoping to save strange new, new life in the process. And of course, it turns into an action film, and the execution.
If they get lured out by like a distress call, or not even a distress call. Someone comes and says, "Hey, our planet is under attack," and we find out that person's actually that they're the crew of this old ship.
That's because Krall, intercepted intercepted.
I love Idris Elba, by the way. Like, I think he's a great actor. He elevates everything he's in. I don't know if I liked him as a villain, but I like the actor. I love him in The Wire. I actually really thought he was good as Roland Deshawn in The Dark Tower. I would have wanted to see another movie with him. I liked him in what else was he in? I liked him. I liked him in Prometheus. He was a Chad in Prometheus. Yeah. You're low. He's like tells hard ass Charlize Theron in that movie, who's like the owner's granddaughter, and she's just like a bitch to everyone. He's like, "You're lonely, let's fuck." Yeah, and they fuck. I was like, and he has a cigar in his mouth. Yeah. So I was like, "Damn, all right." But yeah, so sorry.
I did also like the reveal of Captain Edison and the fact that he,
it was connected to Enterprise era. So
it's connected to Enterprise era, but also I like how he's similar to Khan in that Khan is a warlord product of a different era who wakes up in the future, whereas Edison is the product of a war era that ends, and he's expected to put on the captain stripes and go explore and be good old Starfleet's poster boy of exploration. And of course,
was it the Romulan War? Was it the Romulan War?
Yeah, I think so. That he fought it, and he could never get past it because that's just and it was like, that was Starfleet's biggest mistake with him was they just were like, yeah, here, you're gonna be captain of a ship and go explore strange new worlds, you'll be fine. And it's like, no, he's a warrior. He's not a peacetime captain. He's a war captain. You need to retire him and let him go live off on Ryza for the rest, assuming we have Ryza established at this time. The point is, he's not meant to go explore. He's and that's what I liked about the film was they brought that up, like, this is what happens when you don't treat PTSD. And so it's like, and what does he do? He becomes a villain and then wants to kill everybody because that's all he knows. That's all he could be. And in the end, that's why Kirk had to shove him out into space, because he tried to do the Starfleet thing. And that's what I like, is we see a lot of TOS Trek in Beyond. Like, from the core values of Trek, of see the best and even the worst of people, which Kirk does when he gives Edison one final chance to surrender and points out, you brought peace. The war ended. You did it. You did what you were supposed to. And he's like, I don't care. I'm going to kill you all anyway. And then that's when Kirk does, nope, you're not. So, and then the music in Beyond, I think, is some of Giacchino's best, that he really brings a lot of originality while also channeling some of the original stuff in, I think he even, no, the mock time he did in Into Darkness. But that's the one good thing from Into Darkness, is that movie score. So it's at least one thing I enjoy from it. And like I said, the scenes.
Yeah, I think Michael Giacchino did a good job for the most part. It didn't sound as Star Trek. It was different, but I was okay with it. It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I still prefer James Horner, Jerry Goldsmith, Dennis McCarthy, the TOS composers, but he's not too bad.
Yeah. No, I agree. I
mean, the beginning of 09 Star Trek felt like I was watching a superhero movie. Like, honestly, I get it. I get you're trying to. It's a heavy action movie, so it does make sense for that sound to be there. But I don't know. I mean, I did have some concerns. I mean, I initially liked 09, but I simply had some concerns about some of the choices that were made. with that, and then now.
Yeah.
Now I sold those movies. I got rid of the Kelvin movies. Beyond, I've only seen Beyond a few times. I watched Beyond. I was like, meh. I was just like,
Beyond and '09, I think have aged very well because you can tell there's an effort made, like I said, to respect the original property. Now, it's not quite to the extent of DS9's Trials and Tribulations, but there is a clear effort made to try and make it be Star Trek, but for the newer age. Whereas, we get into Discovery, especially in season 2 onward, where it's not.
I initially felt that way, but then I looked back at it and I was just like, they're trying to turn it into an action movie. They're trying to make it more like Star Wars, and that's the thing that's been rubbing me the wrong way ever since.
Well, but that's just it. As Star Trek 2 shows us, Star Trek does thrive with some action elements added to it, and that's why I think that the modern Trek was bringing that action. But we need to balance it back out with the cerebral stuff. We need the Star Trek back into Star. That's why I think, and so on my network, on my show tomorrow, the Casual Free for All Friday, I'm actually going to be doing tomorrow's starting topic is the Orville Star Trek, for example, because I mean. More than 2017 era Trek.
More than all of new Trek. I agree with that. So I mean,
I even put especially Orville season 1 and 2. I think are about the caliber of Picard season 3, Strange New World season 2 minus that crappy music.
No, I think all 3 seasons are better than Picard season 3.
Season just goes places like that. That 3rd season sets the standard for Star Trek, and I think
I liked Orville. I mean, there were some things I disagree with about Orville season 3. I didn't like what they did with the Kaylon. I didn't like how they ultimately made the Kaylon the good guys. All of a sudden, they literally designed a weapon that looked like something out of Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. A ring that goes, or like a shockwave that goes and it blows. And this wasn't really built up to. It just shows up in episode 9.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have we have this weapon. Oh, let's do Oppenheimer, and what are the implications of this weapon? We're gonna kill a whole bunch of our existential threat. And then you have the other, they undid the alliance with the Krill, which I did not like at all, because the Krill were basically their ideological opposite. I wanted to see them cement their stuff together, but they had to have that.
Krill did too.
They had to have that episode at episode 4 where they had to bring up populism. And I mean, I don't want to get political here, but they had to bring up populism, and they had to turn a character who I think had some, they turned the Talea character into an unlikable character. Like, I did not like what they did with her, and then there was the and then it just ended. I mean, there was episode 9, which was basically Star Wars again. You had the trench run. You had the trench run in that episode, except this time it was on a planet. It was I did like it though. I did like it, but I didn't like the fact that they made the Krill. They made the Krill and the Mocklins. I mean, the Mocklins were going to leave. The Mocklins were eventually going to leave and everything.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that there would be like a tri-way battle between them, the Mocklins. Maybe the Mocklins would become allies with the Kaylon or something. So it would have been an interesting dynamic. But they took a direction that I didn't like. I was expecting the thing with my expectations. I was expecting something out of Deep Space Nine. I was expecting a Deep Space Nine level thing, and it didn't quite deliver. So, but that's partially my expectations for waiting 3.5 years, because we were just like, how are they going to follow up the brilliant season 2? Because Discovery season 2 is also out. There was Discovery season 2, and then there was Orville season 2. I watched Discovery. I watched both seasons 1 and 2 of Discovery, and then I watched Identity Part 1 and 2 of Orville season 2, and I was just like, holy shit, this is awesome. Like I was calling people saying, and I wasn't a YouTuber then. I was watching videos about it. I was listening to people. I was calling people. I was like, dude, you gotta watch this episode. This is amazing. Like, I never felt like this was a great thing. And I still love Identity Part 1 and 2. I just don't like what they did with the Kalon in season 3. But then again, at the same time, they knew they were going to be canceled. They had to end that. They had to end the story some way. I'm partially forgiving for that, but I think season 3 kind of dropped the ball compared to season 2 at least.
Yeah. Season 1 was very much Family Guy in space, and well, it had to be. That's what it was to get it off. But
there was a lot of TOS in Orville season 1. Like I saw For the World Is How I Touch the Sky. I saw aspects of Trouble with Tribbles. I saw so many called it The Cage, the Menagerie, with the second episode where Ed and Kelly are locked up in a cage to be witnessed by all these red people who see humans and everyone else is completely inferior except for the Kalon. I thought that was great. And then how did they get him out? Oh, they sold what was it that one reality show? What was that?
No, they gave him all reality television.
They gave him all reality television. They were intrigued by it. I thought that was hilarious. So
that you're gonna get a no better museum than Earth's stock of reality television. That's and I love that line. It's reality TV, the best exhibit we've ever had. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much your guys are set for a good long while there. I liked a lot of, and then episode 3 is really where I started taking that show seriously, but then it was, it still went back to and forth between its, Family Guy humor and stuff. And it was fine. I get it. He had to play the game. He had to use what pull he had. It's like, oh, you're the Family Guy, right? You want to do a what in space? It's gonna be funny, right?
So he had to sell it as a comedy. So that's why he made it a comedy. That's why in season 2, and especially in season 3, you see less and less and less comedy. In season 3, however, you see less and less Seth MacFarlane too.
Yeah,
Kelly kind of takes the action stage. She's been doing all the fighting in that season.
Yeah, and so the reason for that is because apparently there was a time where Seth wanted to phase out of it and possibly, have Mercer killed off so that he could completely get away from it.
I heard about that.
But I mean, then, the virus of unspecified origin hit and now everything's changed. So I don't even know what the plan is. I know that Disney has an opportunity to renew a competing Star Trek show that will bring it lots of money and viewers, but
it's been over a year. I don't think it's going to happen.
So we thought, well, I don't know. I don't know. Well, we also have the actors' strike still going, and that's probably what's got most studios and projects but they've said, all right, we can send the writers back to work. All right, let's get the actors back to work. What are we launching? The actors aren't back to work yet. It's okay. We need to wait to launch because think of it from a business perspective. Disney comes out and says, we're renewing the Orville, and here's Ahsoka season 2. What are the investors going to see? The actors' strike is still going. What are you doing? You have plans for shows and stuff. You're not making anything. That's just bad business. So they have to play the game too. They have to wait until, and then after that, I'm still hopeful that we get our renew the Orville. Put that, and then yeah. So all right. Back to Generations and shitting on your childhood.
Yeah, let's I'll keep drinking.
So I whined about the missiles, being like the plot device is just going to set a new precedent in Star Trek. Thankfully, Star Trek has a way of coming up with world-ending plot devices that everyone forgets about.
Yep,
we don't need to go into the cloaking bird of prey and the idiocy of that, but next time. This is why you don't start with a concept and force it into place. Any number of time travel stories could have been way better. Hell, The Guardian of Forever would have been an amazing way to have both Kirk and Picard work together and would have been the most appropriate passing of the torch. But no, Magical Nexus bullshit was clearly the better choice. So Soren gets away and the Enterprise is forced into a retreat. Data and Picard have a moment in this rather impractical display setup, the astrometrics room, I guess, that was clearly designed for cinematic creativity and
stellar cartography.
Yeah, and not any practical purpose like most Star Trek sets are typically designed. They figure out that Soren is going to the Viridian system based on some Dead Reckoning projections and simulations. This is the high point of intelligence with this film. It's all downhill from here. So they call Soren's bluff. Picard offers himself as a prisoner exchange for Geordi. As it turns out, Geordi had his visor messed with, but doesn't know it. Hold on. Did everyone forget that time Geordi tried to assassinate someone after being subject to Tal Shiar brainwashing and visor tampering?
Was it Tal Shiar? Was it Tal Shiar?
It was Romulans. I believe I don't know if they were formally designated Tal Shiar yet, though.
Yeah, Tal Shiar I think started in was it the face of the commander, the one where they kidnapped Troy for a mission. The Romulans kidnapped Troy,
okay.
But you might be right. Sorry,
it would still be right. It's Romulan trickery.
Sela.
Either way, whether it's, the Tal Shiar known by something else or the Tal Shiar themselves, am I to believe that Starfleet didn't fit to fully examine all equipment for the visually impaired in the event they were captured? It's like the writers of the film didn't even watch the source material. So through the magic of video streaming, the Duras sisters are able to match the frequency of the Enterprise's shield harmonics so their weapons could go right through. Riker, for whatever reason, decides to withdraw, even though they have faced this problem before. Remember that time with the Borg? Remember the cutting beam? Remember rotating the shield frequency?
Yeah.
No, of course not, because then the plot would get in the way. All right,
You're absolutely correct there. You're absolutely correct on that. I'm like, I was thinking about that yesterday when I was watching. I'm like, don't they rotate the shield frequencies? Like maybe one shot. Okay, I can buy that.
Yeah.
Rotate the damn frequency.
This will look better with actual visual aids, but here we go. Forgive me, I have a reenactment planned in the script, so here we go. Geordi. Commander, they found a way to penetrate our shields. Riker, you mean like that time we faced the Borg? Okay, I'm rotating the shield frequency. Mr. Worf, fire phasers and standby torpedoes. Their shields are collapsing, sir. They're getting ready to cloak. Then we have the shot of Riker saying fire from the movie. Riker to Picard. Yes, number one, what is it? The Duras sisters opened fire. Initially, they were able to penetrate our shields, but I rotated the frequency like that time with the Borg and quickly destroyed them. We're standing by to beam down. Negative. Lock weapons 500 yards north of my position and open fire. Soren, no! And roll credits from Generations.
I forget, like, what was the reason? Like, they couldn't beam? Wasn't there, like, a reason why?
There's
like a dumb reason that they couldn't
force
beam?
Field, and it's like they'll shoot anybody or intercept it. Yeah, it's all dumb.
You know what's funny is I didn't think about that, but you're right. Like, you're right. They should just, like, why couldn't they have just locked onto him from the atmosphere? I mean, Star Trek, they can do that. They can lock on and kill you. I mean, what was with that limitation? Oh,
yeah.
Oh wow.
Because
the script needs it.
I can't tell if this movie is just supposed to. Wait, are we back to season 1? Is this the Generations origins story? Why are we? What happened to all of our plot devices from the last season 7 years?
You just shattered my nostalgia.
I'm sorry.
You just shattered it. Fuck you.
Nostalgia. No. You can still enjoy the movie. Absolutely. I know people who like Nemesis on purpose. I don't know why, but you know what? I'm gonna find out. But
I like Nemesis.
I like Picard season 3. So
there we go. We'll get to that. We'll get to
that. Here in a second when all right, so back to the script. So the Enterprise gets her butt kicked embarrassingly hard. They manage to convince the ship to cloak and use a torpedo to, and then footage from Star Trek 6 starts to destroy it. Wow. Shamelessly recycled the footage too. Jeez.
Oh, that I do know. That I saw right away.
Right? The Enterprise has an epic crash. Everyone dies. Okay, not right away. But after the crash, Soren shoots his hyper-fast missile that doesn't even so much as mildly pop when breaking all physics of time and space to cause the Viridian star to go supernova. This causes magical ribbon plot device to change course and scoop up Picard and Soren before the shockwave destroys Viridian 3, killing everyone else on the Enterprise. And there it is. The moment Roddenberry Trek ends, you see everybody standing on the Enterprise saucer section as it gets destroyed. Picard is taken off to Nexus Fairy Tale Land, where he experiences a reality where he has a wife and children, but in older France or London, or rather the family and children dress like it's the Victorian era. This makes no sense. Oh, and Guinan is there for convenient exposition reasons. Long and short, Guinan convinces Picard to seek out Kirk, who just got to the Nexus when he saved the Enterprise B from certain destruction, except that Soren was on a ship that was going to make it to the Nexus before they interfered, so if the Enterprise got sucked in, they could have...
Think of Guinan as simply an echo. She was ripped away.
No, I think of Guinan as a plot device.
She is exactly a plot device. You're absolutely right there. I was just like, yeah, why is she there? Oh, because think of her as an echo. I'm like,
yeah. Clark says banned. Oh man, what is that in regard to?
I made a Wheel of Time season 2 video. I made a satire. At least I attempted at a satire. And I pretend to be a shill for, like you see all these shills, and all that. Well, the White Cloaks of, group of, a channel that covers mainly Wheel of Time stuff along with Prophet of the Dragon, all that. They were banned off of Reddit for criticizing the Wheel of Time series. Because because the Wheel of Time series disregards the books that, you know, these books right here that I'm pointing at right there that Robert Jordan wrote back in the day. And so I pretend to be this insufferable asshole who loves this show, but I'm doing such a bad job at stating why I like it and why the books are actually good. But then again, I literally say, and then I actually brought some people. I actually brought some clips. I would take. Here's one thing that people do. They'll take shots at you, and then you respond back to them, and then you get banned.
Yep.
For just simply sticking up for yourself. Mm-hmm. So I take a shot at my friend Pips. I say, who reads a book nowadays? Only Toxic Horses. And then I literally said, hey, can you make a video just saying, fuck you, nerd, you're just a dipshit from Chicago, you know, because we watched Picard season 3. And so he says that, and then I put the band, like the big stamp of band on him and all that. And everyone that gave me shit in the video, I did the band thing. And that's where Mark Clark is coming from. So yeah. So and this was stuff I did during the editing phase, not during the writing phase, but the editing phase. So yeah, you got to watch the video for yourself. I'm just an asshole. There's a lot. I literally begin the video with the following program is rated TVMA LSV and viewer discretion is advised. You know, it was like stupid stuff. Like there's a lot.
Sounds like my kind of video.
I don't know what the hell got over me to make that, but yeah. But I made sure, like, I was the heel, I was the bad. The type of humor I like, Seinfeld, Curb Your Enthusiasm. I like it when you're the bad guy, and then the world comes around. What goes around comes around. Fuck around and find out. That's the type of humor I like. That's the type of humor I like. So
it's good to know. Good to know. Okay, finishing up. I promise we're almost done. Then we can rip into it and then get into Star Trek. I mean, I'm not on any timetable here. I'm good, so I'm in no hurry to get anywhere. Just so you know. After Kirk relives some memories, he's in a state of ignorant apathy as he tries to figure out when and where he is. Eventually, he's convinced that it's all some kind of an illusion and that the right thing to do is go back in time with Picard, which they can do for some reason and save the day. But a break for the script real quick. I do want to point out that scene between Kirk and Picard where they're talking on the horses is like, this is the part that infuriates me the most about the movie, is because that is such a good scene and a good moment. Of course, Picard doesn't listen as he later goes on to be Admiral anyway. But I was like that, and it's similar. It's the same reason I hate Last Jedi so much. It's the same reason why I can understand people don't like Picard season 3, because there's moments that you can enjoy, that you like, that should be better. But here we go. And this is where the expanded multiverse era of Star Trek begins. So I guess they can just pick a point to return to. But in doing so, I guess none of them thought to bring a phaser. Nope, just two old guys go to duke it out with another old guy in classic fisticuffs. Exciting.
Yeah, or what about, hey, why did Picard feel the way he did? Why did he think about a family? Because, thanks to Patrick Stewart, because his brother and his nephew died. We don't know what happened, though. I guess they forgot about the sister-in-law. Who gives a shit about her? But they killed Renee and they killed Robert. Go and save them. Go back. Go and save them. They are your family. Go and save them. Like,
God, this
go and
so
save
terrible.
them. Go and save them. You go and save them, and have Kirk go to Viridian 3.
Right. With the Enterprise. With the TOS Enterprise.
With the
Kirk
TOS
pops back
Enterprise, yeah.
And just squashes Soren with the ship and then flies off into the sunset. That would have been...
Did you? I read this today. Did you know that they originally wanted to have a Kirk versus Picard battle in Generations? They couldn't think of a way to pull that off, so they abandoned the idea. But it was there. Like the idea was there.
Oh, I don't think they abandoned it. They just changed it to, we'll just have him fight Malcolm McDowell.
Well, that's what Wikipedia said. And, you know, everybody knows Wikipedia is correct, right?
Right.
No,
all hail the mighty wise Wikipedia.
Yeah. So, but I do think they couldn't think of a plausible way to do it, so they abandoned that idea in favor of this one. But, like save your freaking brother. I mean, save your brother. Save the episode family. Young Renee, think of the kid, think of Renee, he was looking at the stars at the end of Family. Every time I watch Family, I see the end of that episode. And then you think about Generations. I mean, here's what's even weirder about that. I watched that scene where Picard talks about, having a family and thinking that he was absolved of the responsibility because his brother had a son and all that. That was a good scene. That was well acted by Patrick Stewart. I mean, and as a single guy myself, I understood exactly what he was thinking. So, so I thought that was a very powerful scene. But at the same time, pay that off.
Yeah, right.
So you know what? You're not wrong. Even though you're shattering my spirit right now, my nostalgia.
Sorry.
You're absolutely correct, though.
I'm sorry. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. I'm not telling people, no. If you like,
I love that music where Kirk. I wonder if Shatner's like price was, hey, if I'm going to be in the movie, you gotta let me ride a horse. You gotta let me hang out in my barn. Let me breed my horses. Because that's what I do. Because I'm
this
Bill
is
Shatner.
for Star Trek V, you fucks.
Yeah, yeah, and he rides that music. The music during that portion when they're riding the horse. I swear to God, that's a variation. I don't know how familiar you are with music. I swear to God, that's a variation of the DS9 theme. It's a variation of the DS9 theme by the same composer. I'm assuming it's Dennis McCarthy.
Yeah,
it sounds like the DS9 theme.
I think you're right. It is McCarthy, but I have it downloaded, and because I play it while I stream Star Trek Online when I can get back to doing that. Let me see. Yes, I'm aware if I don't sign in, I can't listen to my music.
I heard. I said this. When Beyond came out, it was the 50th anniversary of Star Trek. They had performances for Star Trek for the 50th anniversary. I went with a buddy of mine. It was a magical experience. Like, I got super duper emotional hearing the music of some of the greatest moments in Star Trek. And they split into two parts. You have part one, then you have an intermission. You have part two. How part one ended. You know what they played for part one that ended with the intermission? They played the end of Best of Both Worlds part one. My buddy and I were like, we were doing it too. We were like, bum, bum, bum. That was awesome. Awesome. And then hearing like all the themes, I had tears in my eyes. Like, I was crying. Like, and this was, and then knowing that 2017, the following year, we're going to get Star Trek was going to come back to TV. I was actually really happy. I was like, even though I wasn't happy with Beyond, I was still excited for the future of Star Trek. I'm like, Star Trek's going to be back on the screen, and we're going to get maybe not episodic, but we're going to get something on the level of DS9, of type of storytelling. And then we got Discovery season 1, and then we got Picard season 1. I was like, so.
Well, here's where it all started.
Yeah.
Here's where precedent was set, rather.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, all right. So they eventually beat Soren, and he dies when his missile is locked in place and simply explodes, blowing up the movie's entire budget in the process. I just realized reading that. So the missile that can cause a star to go supernova, no big deal if it just explodes. We're fine. Thankfully, it's not as dangerous as a nuke that won't get set off by an explosion.
Yeah. It's funny. I didn't think of that either.
Right.
Did they even say it? Did they even say it's a nuke?
Okay. I don't know, because if it causes a star to go supernova, it's obviously more powerful than a nuclear weapon, because you're causing you're turning a star into a nuclear bomb. So, like, I imagine such power would have to have some kind of bigger, fantastical.
I mean, it's like you said, it was trilithium, and it's capable of stopping nuclear fusion. So
maybe it doesn't have the same effect. Obviously there's a difference stopping nuclear fusion, but I would expect a giant crater in the planet or something.
Yeah, like a California plateau or a Vasquez rocks is not going to protect you, Picard.
Right. Or turn it into Vasquez rocks, like all distorted, and because it's a fusion device that, could have distorted the reality space there or something. I'm
curious if that was Vasquez rocks, now that I think about it. It was a great scene. I mean, it was a great location.
Might have been.
It's one thing I don't like about New Trek. One thing that's always been home for me with Star Trek, early Trek, Planet California. I always loved Planet California.
Everyone
you
does.
DS9, Rocks and Shoals. Excellent episode. I watched, that was an episode I watched while watching Picard season 3, because honestly, PD York, I'm going to tell you, I was honestly wondering if I was just souring on Star Trek by itself. Like, it was not just season 3, but I thought maybe I'm just not liking Star Trek anymore. And I watch episodes like Chain of Command Part 1 and 2. I was watching the best of TNG and DS9, so yeah, I'll say that. But yeah, I was like, no, I'm not souring on Star Trek.
No,
So
me neither.
So
And I think there's plenty of reason to keep hope alive for the future of Star Trek despite its current state, because when I finish reading this, we'll get into it, because I think course corrections are happening. They're just they're happening at varying degrees, but we'll get into it.
So I think that's still going to be the last thing we're going to do. So let's wrap up this narrations part up. Destroy my childhood, sir. Destroy it.
Set phasers on. Fuck you. Picard buries Kirk and then returns to his down command to retrieve artifacts, and everything is tied neatly in a bow, despite all the obvious trauma of finding out you were the last of your family line and losing your ship and burying a legend you just convinced to leave magical fairy Nexus place. All of this happening in a single day. But nope, it's all good, because Star Trek always ends happy, I guess. It is worth noting that Picard's character change makes perfect sense in the follow-on TNG films, but I doubt anyone actually thought of it when they wrote these other multiverse properties.
Action hero Picard.
Well, we'll get into it. Now you're probably wondering, how does this end Roddenberry Trek when Picard went back in time and changed things? We've seen time travel in Star Trek before. How is this any different? Because up until this point, Trek did a good job of maintaining closed-loop time travel stories. Everyone either resurrected or events were predetermined and had to happen to fulfill the timeline's obligations. Yesterday's Enterprise is a closed-loop story because it's really just the story of Enterprise C going to an alternate future told from the perspective of the alternate universe Enterprise D. Does that mean there were two Tasha Yars the whole time? Well, seeing as the alternate universe one did everything she could to not contaminate the timeline, and that there's no confirmation on the show one way or the other, yeah. In Generations, Picard is the only one who goes back and changes the outcome. He does not bring the people back who died on screen. He's in a new reality. If Generations was a closed loop, then Kirk would have disappeared the second the ribbon passed over Viridian 3. No, just because he died doesn't mean the paradox was fixed. This isn't Star Trek, This is Star Trek, not self-correcting paradox Futurama. As soon as the ribbon passed, neither Picard nor Soren were scooped up, meaning Picard couldn't go back to get Kirk to bring him to his present. I think you get the idea. So it's not a closed loop, meaning the second Kirk magically arrives, we're in an alternate timeline. And from there, all kinds of alternate events spawn. One where the Borg are discovered 200 years earlier. One where Spock has an alternate and adopted sister. One where a Noonien Singh served on the Enterprise. One where ATVs are apparently practical in a world with anti-grav. And one that was kind enough to spell it out for you that it was straight up its own thing. Oh, Kelvinverse, what could have been? The ship is still sexy, though. I do like the ship design myself, and we can get into that in a minute. So there you have it. Every complaint about modern-day Star Trek can be traced all the way back to Generations. Star Trek died in 1994, though I take issue with this as Star Trek will never die. Roddenberry Trek ended and is over. If we really want to try a series following the Roddenberry Bible, as I said, I'm not confident it'll last long. No conflicts within the crew is unrealistic. That should certainly be the standard to strive for, but I mean, we're all still human in the end. Mistakes will happen. Deep Space Nine is good because it allows for conflicts, but it also resolves them the way we expect Star Trek to resolve them. And that's what matters in the end. Do fans learn the core ideas of Star Trek? You may not like certain Trek multiverse properties, and that is okay. The point of this video is not to end criticism, rather the opposite. Its intention is to point out the sins Star Trek commits are nothing new, and haven't been for some time. I have my timeless Trek pieces. I don't need DS9 repackaged for the modern day. I don't need to tell people that the product they choose to enjoy is bad. And that brings us to the final piece, what makes a real fan? As I said in the beginning, it's respecting the core principles of tolerance, acceptance, diversity, and inclusion, and yes, that means all ideologies. Look not at what people say, but how they are by their actions. People can have monumentally stupid ideas and even be as arrogant as ever, but if they aren't harming anyone by their actions, then your issue is simply with their ideas, and, well, everyone has a right to exist and have ideas. Ideas like Star Trek are timeless. Ideals are bulletproof, as said in V for Vendetta. Ideas exist and they cannot unexist. Many have tried to censor ideas with book burnings, propaganda, shaming tactics, and all other forms of anti-Star Trek authoritarianism, and all have failed. Thus, bad ideas are simply defeated with better ideas, as has always been the norm since the dawn of time. Bad Star Trek is simply defeated with better Star Trek, but art is mostly subjective. It's okay to challenge fans on why they love a certain Star Trek, but it's not okay to belittle a fan for liking something you don't and vice versa. The toxicity can flow in all directions. As a Star Trek fan, I feel I have an obligation to help mitigate toxicity as much as possible per the core values, and I hope I have done that here. Regardless of your favorite Star Trek, I think we can all respectfully agree that the Roddenberry era ended in 1994, and the current expanded multiverse era began. Thank you for watching. If you made it this far, consider like, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. Host a podcast every Tuesday. Thanks. Live long and prosper.
Yeah, definitely like and subscribe to the stream too.
Yeah, this stream, absolutely. Definitely. So there it is, the super long and cliff note version of my Generations video, which will hopefully be live on the Ryder Brothers next week, sometime after the new GPU gets installed, and I can, test drive it on my games that I've been missing playing. Ugh. But yeah. So that's what I've put together. That's what I researched. That's what I realized. I watched, and I enjoy Generations for a lot of its aspects. Don't get me wrong. I don't harp on this movie like I'm nailing it to the wall, never to be watched again. Ironically enough, while I think Generations is the worst Star Trek movie, I'll still watch it over Beyond. So maybe not that much worse, but it's got some value to it. I mean,
did you watch the Spock that video where you see like a deep fake Leonard Nimoy Spock visit the grave of Kirk?
I think I know what you're talking about. I saw a video in 2007 called Bring Back Kirk. It's the Bring Back Kirk trailer. And they have a moment very similar to that where, yeah, they have a Leonard Nimoy's face put on a digital Spock looking at the grave, and his plan is to come back and resurrect Kirk through the Nexus, which, if they did that at that point, I would have been fine with the Nexus as a plot device, of course. But
what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna share this. Let's take a look. If you haven't seen it, I want you to watch it. I really liked what I saw. So present. Share screen, window, here, share. It's called Star Trek Regeneration, and you know what? I got to remove that because I forgot to add audio because it's stupid StreamYard. So present, share screen.
yeah, StreamYard is a great starter streamer site. I will say that, but yeah, I prefer Streamlabs personally, even though I still use StreamYard to host people.
To share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Okay, all right. Do that. All right, got that. And all right, so Star Trek Regeneration, the Roddenberry Archive. Let's watch this. I'm sure you can guess what that is.
Oh, this must be recent.
Yeah, this is like a year ago. That reminded me. I don't know how familiar you are. Popcast Brothers did a video kind of connecting season 3 of Picard with the Shatnerverse novels. I don't know how familiar you are with the Shatnerverse novels, but
Oh yeah.
Shatner wrote a book series starting with Ashes of Eden, which takes place after Star Trek 6, but before him going on the Enterprise being Generations, and then the events of Generations happens. Kirk dies. By the way, I showed the clip. I showed the shot in my intro of Kirk sliding down on the bridge. He's holding the bridge. He goes, and then it goes into a twirl.
Oh,
And then I cut to the Dura sisters going, ooh, like that.
yeah.
So
That's That's another point. I might add it to the script actually. Well, no, because the video is already recorded. But I might. But that's another point I forgot to point out. Or no, I did it on. I ad-libbed it. That's right. Killing a legacy character. Killing off a legacy character in a disgraceful way. Kirk gets killed with a literal bridge.
That's true. I'll be honest though.
I liked him sacrificing himself for the Enterprise. I thought that was epic.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I prefer Kirk's death in Generations. You might just over how Han Solo got killed in Force Awakens.
Yeah, and I think that has to do with the fact that
and that was also on a bridge. That was also on a bridge.
Solo's death could have worked if the rest of the trilogy had been good and made something useful out of it. But you're right. It was just shock. There was no plan. There's nothing there. And that's kind of the same thing with Picard, with Kirk. We're going to pass the torch in this kind of semi-morbid way where it's like, we're going to have Kirk die, even though we don't really need him to die. It's really unnecessary.
Because they were originally, here's another interesting thing I found out about Generations. They originally were going to kill off a member of the TNG crew. And then someone was like, why don't you kill Kirk off? Kill him off. Okay.
Wait. So the new Trek crew wanted to kill off the old Captain Kirk that everybody loves? Interesting.
Yeah. But going back to what I was saying, that OTOY video, especially with Nimoy visiting Kirk's grave, that was actually, I think, the first chapter of The Return.
Yeah.
Where Spock, we were from Spock's point of view, and he is dealing with the death of Kirk and everything.
Yeah. I've heard a synopsis of that story, and I thought that was an interesting way to go. And I'm
basically the Borg.
Yeah,
basically the Borg and the Romulans bring Kirk back to life. The Borg and the Romulans somehow work together with Borg technology to bring Kirk back to life. And the other thing that book reveals is that V'ger's homeworld is actually the Borg homeworld. I'm not joking. That was a big thing back then. Just because I think the book came out in 97. So that was like the big theory behind where were the Borg from? Are the Borg the same race that rebuilt V'ger in the motion picture? So when you see Spock, going into that I'll call that little orifice, a massive holodeck, showcasing V'ger's journey and all that. You see that homeworld. That I guess that's the Borg homeworld. You know what? At the time when I was a kid, I thought that was a very interesting idea. And then I think Shatner wrote some of it, but he had a lot of help from, I forget, Judith and Reeve Stevens or something like Garfield Stevens or something like that. Those are the two, the two authors that have written a whole bunch of Star Trek stuff. I think they helped him with this. Or they probably pretty much maybe wrote it for him, and it's just Shatner's name.
Yeah.
If you look at the book, it says The Return, and then you see Kirk and Picard, and it says a novel by William. It's called. They literally say in the front, a novel by William Shatner, and then you see this picture of Shatner. You see the back of the page of the hardcover. You see a massive big. It's just the entire back cover is a portrait of William Shatner. I mean that was the selling point. I'm curious how much of that Shatner actually wrote.
Yeah, well, he seems. I'd seen a video, interview about that. I think like 10, 15 years ago, and he actually mentions that book, and that was like his idea and what he wanted to do, and he was hoping the studios would have picked up on it. And in hindsight, it probably would have been a better idea. Probably would have vindicated a lot of the stupidity in Generations. And so that's what leads us to Picard season 3. The big thing for me was, so let's make sure we understand, like, first of all, there's a difference between member berries and fan service. Farce Awakens, Star Wars Farce Awakens, which we talked about at the beginning of the stream, is member berries. You see the Millennium Falcon in the trailer. You see Han and Chewie in the trailer. I think you even see Leia in the trailer, 3PO's in the trailer, R2's in the trailer. Everything that happens in that stupid movie is in the damn trailers. There isn't a point of mystery in the film except for what's going to possibly come in the trilogy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the entire movie is basically spoiled in the trailers, which is that's bad trailering.
Right.
Picard's season 3 does not fall into that category. If you watch the trailer, there's nothing. Like, you don't hardly know any of the fan service cards that are coming. Everything that comes in the fan service, especially that gets dumped in episode 6, is all, slow dripped, and then we get episode 6 where it's like, here's a whole museum of spaceships you remember. And I thought that was really cool. But then, of course, the big stuff for me is the repudiations of generations. Like, oh, you thought the Enterprise D was gone? Nope. Bringing it back. She's back. And we're rebuilding the bridge. No, not that crappy Generations bridge. We're rebuilding the real Enterprise D bridge. Because I'm a ship guy. I love my ships and cars and trucks and stuff. And so I really like the I'm a lot, that's my thing.
Okay.
That's where a lot of my Star Trek and Wars knowledge can stem off to, branch off to, is a lot of, if you ask me about the differences between the Excelsior class and the Constitution, I could probably rattle a lot of them off. That's basically how I recognize style differences. I recognize, the difference between a Type 6 warp core and a Type 10. I kind of touch on that knowledge a bit, but I've moved away from it because I'm like, okay, that specific stuff is fantasy elements. It's not good. It's more about the visuals. Look at that. That's a character of that's a member of the crew right there.
Okay.
And so 7 years and generations, the Enterprise is carrying our heroes from system to system, exploring strange new worlds, seeking out new life and new civilizations. And then for her grand big screen appearance, punked by the Duras sisters like a bitch. Like, that's how our girl goes down. But don't get me wrong, Enterprise E, sexy ass ship, really great for those movies. I love watching all the ship porn in the like, I could still enjoy Insurrection, I can still enjoy Nemesis, and I can still enjoy First Contact. It's just, I know that let's be real, those movies are action films, and like I said,
I agree with.
I find it funny how people can like that, but then like utterly hate, not despise or dislike Picard season 3, but have hatred toward it. And I'm like, do you know what you love here? Pot calling the kettle black. That's why that's the whole point of my Generations video is like, all right, let's just take a deep breath and accept the fact that because we're all humans from different backgrounds, we have different reasons for loving different stuff. And so obviously one of the other points that I leave out of my video on Generations is the fact that they killed the Enterprise. So of course, Terry Metalis resurrects it, puts it back on the screen. There's kick-ass music. They're going to save the day. And I got to give credit where due. Terry helped me love the D again. Wait. Anyway, so I think when it comes down to it, the TNG movies and Picard season 3 can probably fluctuate and really probably have give and take in both areas. Season 1 and 2, there's nothing to defend there whatsoever. It's all bad.
Yeah. And
so I'm not going to try it. And the only minds I'm going to change are just enjoy it for what it is. It's not. And I'd like to see kind of more of that for Star Trek and getting more into the episodic, because you mentioned maybe Star Trek's just not as great. We're rewatching DS9 right now on TWB.
Yeah.
And these guys are writing
awesome.
45-minute masterpieces in a lot of those episodes, even in the earlier seasons. And it's like, okay, so the standard still needs to go.
It's my love for DS9 that I really dislike Picard season 3.
Interesting.
It's one reason.
It's fascinating because I love DS9.
Yeah. I mean, there's this. I had this conversation with Prophet. So there was a good season in Picard season 3. The thing that I think they should not have done was do the whole mystery thing. I don't think the mystery thing was necessary. Just tell a story. Just tell a story about what's even funnier.
Yeah.
You know who I think should have been the villain? Make this a pure, if you want to make this pure, because of the fact this is what a lot of people said, season 3. I mean, Barbara Meyer Burnett said this too. They had a very limited budget for this season. They couldn't do They couldn't do like heck. They couldn't even afford to do outside shots, so we didn't even get to see Planet California. We didn't even get to see Planet California like we just did in Generations right here.
Yeah.
So it was all basically inside ships or that dumb planet Metalis Prime. I didn't like Raffi's arc at all. That I thought that arc was terrible, but I think there would have been a good season had they probably, if once again they followed up on the whole Romulan, the whole Romulan destruction, Romulus destruction. We still don't know what is exactly going on with the Empire. Like, where did they relocate to? How did they restructure themselves? What happened? And they had 3 seasons of Picard to do this, and they didn't. And what's funny is they focused on Romulans in the first season. So okay, they have a fleet apparently. So apparently the Empire is still alive. Well, it would have been interesting had they went into the politics of the Romulan Empire in the season, and who would have been the main leader? Who was a Romulan villain that we didn't really get to see a whole lot of closure for in Star Trek: The Next Generation? And let's just say she was part of the original cast of season 1, and this would have been a great way to not only bring the 7 back together, but bring her back too. And I was surprised that they didn't include Denise Crosby. I'm surprised they didn't include Denise Crosby as Sela. I think Sela would have been great. I think didn't they do a Star Trek Online storyline with Sela?
They did, and I highly recommend playing it if you can. Actually, STO is, or as I call it sometimes, the Sigma Tau Omega timeline for Star Trek. Because it really is just its own Star Trek theme park. That is a very casual, friendly game, in my opinion. It's also completely free. You don't have to spend a cent to enjoy it. You can get everything for free if you really ground out all the stuff for it. But the storylines in it are some of the best additions to the Star Trek, repertoire, or I don't know, Star Trek Library of Congress we could start referring it to, or something. But the Star Trek Archive, Star Trek Vault, there we go. The Trek Vault that I think are definitely worth experiencing, at least, especially since you actually get to be a player in the action. Think of it as a trip to the holodeck, which is fitting because that's what the server's called.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so going back, I think Sela would have been a perfect villain.
I agree.
Great way. Honestly, I said this. I've said this in streams. I'm sure you've probably heard this. The use of the shapeshifters and what they did with the shapeshifters was a big mistake. They should have left the shapeshifters alone. If you want to have imposters running around, and someone actually brought this up to Metalis, and I forgot what the reason Metalis said it, but like they could have used the conspiracy aliens, because the way that episode ended, like they were still out there. The conspiracy aliens were still out there. So maybe they would have been a B-level threat. And then you have the Romulans, and then you have a Romulan fleet that's actually going to try and basically invade the Federation. Maybe the Federation got weakened, and we have a prologue. We have a prologue segment, kind of like something out of Lord of the Rings, or I'm going to say the Snyder Cut. You have a backstory. Maybe there was a big battle between the Federation. Maybe there's a schism between the Federation and the Klingons, and the Romulans took advantage of that. And there was a battle. There was a ship battle, and they did massive damage. And Starfleet's in shambles. The Klingons are in shambles and everything. And we have this looming Romulan threat. And they with enough story and with enough plots to do it, I think they could have done a 10 episode series where the TNG crew have to come back together. We see all 7 of them from the very beginning. They each have their arcs right away. There's no Raffi, or if you bring Raffi in, and this is something Alex of the White Cloak said on one of my streams, you bring her in, she sacrifices herself for Beverly Crusher or something. She's out of the game picture. This would be Metalis and New Trek's way of saying, hey, we screwed up. We're trying to make this shit right and everything. And then we tell the story. And I haven't gotten that far. I was just thinking this off the top of my head just now.
Well, actually, there is. I honestly, and I've talked about this with other fans. I don't know if I've talked about it with you, but I honestly I'm hoping for a TNG anthology film or two, be set in that 1 year gap at the end of Picard season 3. Because with things where they're at now, they can do this. They can have some classic next gen adventures
Yeah.
on the Enterprise D because, well, with where the fleet's at, it's a perfect thing to say, oh, you know what? All right, the D's back up and running. She's interim flagship while we figure out what to do with F and G, F or and then of course that's when the decision comes, oh, we're just going to commission G and we go from there.
Yeah.
But I think that, and that's what I'm hoping for. That's what I want to see happen. And that's why when I do my critiques, I like to look at it like what's done is done. We can't go back. Now, I love talking about what should have been, what could have been, because that is legit criticism that shows, okay, this is what we can think about maybe for our next adventure, where we could probably do Sela and we can do the new Romulus arc from, a version of it from Star Trek Online. And we can even do that with the Next Generation crew. Like you said, we can still do that. Just not exactly as you say, but that's where we're at right now. And that's what I think, Pat Stewart's out there saying, oh yeah, there's plans for a movie, which, okay, you know what? I think a TNG anthology, 2-hour adventure like we used to back in the day is a good thing. I think we could probably crank out 2 or 3 of those, and then that's the 1 year gap between, and then we go back to, and then from there we can start figuring out where to go. I have a different perspective than a lot of fans because I've been playing Star Trek Online for 13 years. So
has it been around that long?
It'll be 14 in February. Yeah.
That was the closest I've ever gone to considering playing an MMO. But the thing is, I never played an MMO. They've never appealed to me. Even when I was in college, when World of Warcraft came out and everybody was playing it, I look at what they're playing. Like, how does this game work? Yeah. Online, you have to schedule with people. Nah, I'm not like
that. Yeah, so STO is very much single player, casual friendly. You don't need to play with other players. It's optional now. So you can do the story with friends if you want, or you can experience it all by yourself at your own pace. That's actually what a lot of MMOs are these days, is they're very much become just kind of large glorified single player games. And it has its pros and cons, but that's how things have changed. So getting back specifically into STO, I've had my post-Nemesis storylines that, are different and have, of course, changed with new stuff that's coming too. But I think that's why we're at a point where we have so many Star Trek properties that are also different. Shout out to Star Trek Prodigy. Congratulations, finding your home at Netflix. Hopefully you get a season 3, because I've heard nothing bad about that one. I haven't watched it because I haven't had interest. But I've heard from a lot of other friends that I tend to agree with on other Star Trek ideas that Don Ranger's Power, he's a huge Prodigy fan. That's his #1 new Trek show right now. And apparently, if you like Clone Wars and Rebels, there's potential to be liking it for that. So
yeah, that was my issue. See, what turned me off, I watched the first episode of Prodigy out of curiosity. And what turned me off was, once again, like, I was seeing more Star Wars than Star Trek. And it's probably a me issue. It's mainly a me issue, but I'm honestly, I'm sick of that. Just embrace if you're like, you don't have to make it Star Wars. There's enough people that like Star Trek. Star Trek has been around for a very long time. It has survived because of its fans and everything. When people try to make it like Star Wars, it's like they're ashamed that Star Trek was the way it was before, where there was a lot of dialogue, there was a lot of conversation, there was, problem solving and everything. What if something? Okay, never mind. Get into that, but I just like seeing droids flying around, and I'm just like, I don't know. But that was just the pilot episode. That was just me just checking it out and everything. Apparently, from what I've heard, it's pretty good. They obviously bring Kate Mulgrew and Robert Beltran into the show, and I don't know who else.
Robert Picardo is reprising his role for season 2.
Okay, you got that. They were supposed to bring him in for Picard. There was a rumor that he's supposed to play the EMH or Dr. Zimmerman in one of the Picard seasons. Well, that didn't happen. And then of course, and you had there was a scene I did watch where it was they had like all the archive footage of like all the eras of Trek in that one scene, where I think the main character was like, it was like a simulation or something, running a ship or something, and we see like Spock, and we hear, I think we hear like dialogue from, I don't know if it was Wrath of Khan or something, I don't know,
Yeah.
But that's one thing I've noticed New Trek has done is they've repurposed the older movies. Like they've had animated features. Like there was a short trek where it was from the viewpoint of this little tardigrade. I thought it was cute. Don't get me wrong. I thought it was a cute little
A
segment.
couple
Like
of those were pretty good. Like I was
yeah.
actually impressed, and then there's others that I'm like, you really?
Well, the one that was most egregious was the one short trek that was most egregious to me. I was like, what the hell is this? The one where they're on Mars and these two girls get into this fight. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what the hell is this? Why is this? This is not a Star Trek thing. Where the future? Where's this bright future? What's with these two girls, these young girls, duking it out?
Yeah.
Like seriously, like on Mars, which was I supposed to be a precursor to the Mars 9/11 thing, which I still don't understand from season one. Like, what the hell was that?
What's even more demented is Star Trek Online has an actual mission where you play that specific mission. You help with the evacuation, and I'm like, this is just 9/11 the video game. Like, why did you make this into? Why did we turn this into fun? This is messed up.
Because people are very desperate. They want their Trek to be, make sense. And people, one thing I know as fans do quite a bit, especially ones that show for bad shows, they fill in the blanks that the writers should have, they're doing the job of the writers, basically. They're filling in the blanks for them. And I don't like, as much as I know you want to like it, I get it. I wanted to like Picard season 3. I'm not willing to go that far to do that. That's it's up to the writers. I mean, we're paying them and like, they're getting paid to do this. So
Yeah.
it's no excuse in my opinion. So,
Well, and the thing is, I thought that the Romulan, the Tal Shiar would definitely be a better conspiracy plot, and even you mentioned the conspiracy aliens, but let's be real, man. We all know that somebody else would just complain that was the alien of choice. So I think,
but it would have made. Here's the thing, though. It would have made sense with how they began the series, with them trying to kill Beverly Crusher with that pump phaser, that pump action phaser rifle thing. I'm like, okay, like if those were actual shapeshifters, they would just turn to goo, ride on the floor, materialize behind Beverly because she was nothing to them. They would kill her, form a blade like the T-1000 or do what they do in DS9, do what Krasinski did in DS9 and turn your arms into flailing tentacles. I mean the freaking Martok changeling in Apocalypse Rising, the opening season 5. He did that to Odo. I'm like, what's stopping them? Oh, budget.
Well, and I think that the changelings were picked as to be part of the bad guy plot. Probably, I'm gonna guess that some of that influence ended up also being because of Renee's passing, and so it gave him an opportunity to try and have him in the show. Because I did like that they put his picture in there.
Renee's passing.
Rene Auberjonois, who played Odo.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. So
that might have played. That's just a guess. I don't actually know. And
I did not like that whole arc. Like, you're supposed to be making the shapeshifters even more dangerous than they were in Deep Space Nine, and they did the opposite. It had the opposite effect. I thought they were stupid. I thought they were. I mean. And what we find out is that they're just lackeys for the Borg Queen. That demon jelly face thing that appears to Vadic, which they never really confirmed it on screen, was the Borg Queen. Like, why would shapeshifters or even the founders in general? I mean, even though in a couple of lines, they could never go back to the Great Link because they would make the founders live shorter lives. The founders were freaking magic themselves. They turned Odo into a human. Come on.
That's weird because, I would have had my explanation be the obvious. They were tortured by Section 31. They wanted revenge. The Great Link got to a point where they said, no, you're not getting your revenge. And they're like, all right, fine, we'll go form our own Great Link.
And then they'd all then they'd all be punished by the Great Link. I mean, Odo was punished by the Great Link, even though he was a whole quadrant away.
I don't know. When Odo initiated peace, I mean, they probably would have been banished, but I mean, it would have been a very precarious thing, that actually could have created a huge divide in the Link, though. The whole issue with the virus and the fact that the Federation created it, I almost think DS9 might have taken too much of a creative step to say that, he provides the virus and they cooperate. I would think now that we're talking about it, thinking about it, I would almost wonder if that would actually create a lot of animosity. Be like, wait, hold on, they poisoned us. Now they're giving us the cure to force us to make peace. No, we want to kill them. And so I think I don't know, but you're right about the power level.
I mean, if that was the case, they should have. You know what? You know what would be an even better idea? A divide in the Dominion. You have, and that would get split down the line, not just shapeshifters, but Jem'Hadar fighters.
Yeah.
Borda, it would cross the board, and then their fight would get into that section would get into the Alpha Quadrant, and then shit would go down, and then
so they split off with the Link, but they're in the Gamma Quadrant. That's when they end up meeting up with the Borg, who, of course, as we find out, she's suffering a dimensional virus.
So this is the same. So this is okay. So one thing that wasn't clear, and I'm reading Memory Alpha, preparing for this, and Memory Alpha has a tendency to fill in the blanks when the writers don't themselves,
which
don't
is
do
not
so.
their job. That's the job of Memory Beta.
Memory Beta. Heck, Memory Beta sucks. They don't even go into the detail of the Shatner books. Like, seriously, come on, Memory Beta. Come on.
That's exactly what you're there for, Memory Beta.
Yeah, seriously. But yeah, the Star Trek book continuity. I'll have to figure that out eventually. Like, I still don't understand it. But go back to Picard. So, but yeah, the whole thing with the Borg. So let me get this right. So that Borg Queen, played by Alice Krige, it was not the actress; it was just her voice.
Oh,
that was the same. That's the exact same Borg Queen from the series finale of Voyager. Basically, she somehow survives. She gets infected by future Captain Janeway, or Admiral. Sorry, future Admiral Janeway's virus.
Oh man, that's another freaking whole can of worms right there.
Now, I never really asked you, how do you? I mean, on one Discord server, they're talking about how crappy Voyager is. How do you feel about Voyager? Like, did you enjoy it? Do you think it should have been more like Year of Hell, the series, or more like Battlestar Galactica, or heck, I'm going to even be bold and say season 3 of Enterprise, when they go into the Expanse and the types of problems they run into.
Yeah,
the morally gray areas.
Voyager, the biggest mistake they made was going back to reset button storytelling and
fresh out of space dock every episode because B'Elanna is that damn good.
That's right. She's a strong, independent engineer. She don't need no space dock.
And Maquis.
Yeah, and Maquis. Right. That's exactly right. Anyway,
and Maquis magic.
If we were gonna do Voyager that way, we should have, either. Oh man, how much better of a story of it if we just explored the more of the Gamma Quadrant and then somehow got stuck there. That would have been better. But even then, you still would have needed to, wherever the ship goes off to, it should have started with being able to return to space dock every week. The reason I say that is because the plot device to get them stranded in the Delta Quadrant, you think Picard season 3 is bad. Jesus. Her literal reason to stay behind is because, these people that we've never met or have which, the Prime Directive says leave them alone. We have nothing. We have an obligation to help them, and that's what I couldn't stand about Captain Janeway's inconsistency. 1 minute we've got to stand by the Prime Directive, or we lose who we are out here. Versus the next week, to hell with that thing. I used it as toilet paper last week anyway. So it does. So that's the problem. Is Janeway's character? We get an inconsistent character because 1 minute she's the model Starfleet officer that we want to look up to and have in Star Trek to expand the diversity of captains. Then the next she's murdering Tuvix, which is. We're going to give credit to Lower Decks this season, not backing down from that.
Who wrote Tuvix? Like, that was such a terrible ending. Like you made the crew look bad, and Tuvix was an asshole. I'll be honest, Tuvix was a bit of an asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, he understood that he was two different people and everything. He would have still lived as those two different people. I think. I don't know, whatever. But there should have been a way. There should have been a way to to keep him around and still save Tuvok and Neelix. Yeah. So this thing where they send him off to be executed. By the way, what's up, Robert? What's up, Robert? It's just like you're like. I mean, like, I mean, what's weird was it was a one-off. So part of the reason why I'm more forgiving of Voyager is because I mean they're that's one of the good things about it being episodic. You can have some really shitty episodes and still be forgiving of the entire picture. When it comes to
Right.
when it comes to a serialized thing, it's harder to do.
Yeah, it is, and but at the same time, speaking of serialized, that's exactly what the Tuvix arc should have been. Like, I would have wrote it to where the end of the episode, it's like, all right, he's gonna stay because this is to do the transporter thing is murder at this point. Um, and then we have like 2 or 3 episodes pass, maybe even 4, and then we finally get it. Something happens on the ship, and it suddenly becomes necessary that Tuvok needs to be back, and then we have this whole heartfelt, emotional ending where Tuvix is realizing he needs to do what he needs to do, and similarly to the very emotionally gripping similitude episode of Enterprise, we can have that moment of self-sacrifice where Tuvix realizes what he needs to do, and at the last minute, someone's like, "What are you doing?" And then he energizes and sets him back. Yes, indeed. If the writer cannot make the story complete without the audience having knowledge from the outside of the show film, then they are bad writers. Completely agree. That's one of the reasons why, going back to Ahsoka for a second, I don't hold that because the context is missed. Then no, yeah,
Gadfly fiction, future Chillporeal for sure.
awesome.
Can't wait to have a conversation with you, sir. I
Yeah,
mean, I've had him on stream. He's an awesome guy. He's very well fluent in the classics, and he's really well fluent in a lot of stuff. He's a great person to have a conversation with.
Spider-Man: No Way Home is the second best Cape film in my opinion, and it's just one of the best movies ever made overall.
I actually loved that movie too because it felt like I was watching something from an earlier era. It felt like there were stakes.
Yep.
Like Tom Holland was put through the ringer.
Yep.
But what's funny was he was put through the ringer by an old villain. Like Willem Dafoe is not a young guy.
Timeline.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe is not a young guy. He's my parents' age. He's in his late 60s, and he's like, come on, create some new menacing villains. You can do it.
But that's just
people.
It. In that movie, they actually used nostalgia bait and fan service properly.
Yeah.
It's actually part of the storytelling, but it even uses it to tell a great message. Like looking at the word, Tom Holland is hopeful that he can redeem these guys all the way, I mean, and then even at the end, Tobey Maguire stops him from becoming himself. It's a moment of, no, I've been down this road. It's not worth going there. I'm not going to let you make my mistake again. And it all works. My grandparents had, maybe haven't seen a Marvel movie in, I don't know, years. Loved it. I haven't seen any of the other Tom Holland standalone Spider-Man films. I'm not going to because I don't care and I don't have any interest. Love the film. Didn't feel like I was missing anything. Didn't feel like I was lost. The film is fantastic, and No Way Home is one of. I probably make the case for it being one of the greatest movies ever.
I haven't seen the second. I didn't see the second Andrew Garfield one, but when he saves what's her name in that movie, I'll never forget. Like this was a full theater. This was like the first movie I saw. Well, second movie I saw after COVID. I did see Tenet. I didn't like Tenet. Christopher Nolan movie, but I remember how people reacted to him saving Mary Jane. I remember, I'll never forget. Everybody was like, "Hey, look who showed up! Look who showed up!" You serious? I just had to.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had George Lucas in here saying "F Disney Star Wars," which I mean. What's
funny is I've seen George Lucas in other chats. You just see him. He just uses the eye emoji. Just he's looking to see what people are saying and all that. He actually said something, which is I don't know. I guess that's the effect we have on people. I don't know. But
I also don't think that's actually George Lucas.
I don't think it is either. But you know what?
Unless I see that verified check, which the verified system on YouTube seems pretty foolproof at the moment. Similarly to Twitter's system, which now has the differing.
I think you have to have 100,000 to get that verified check in YouTube.
Depends on the verified check, I believe, because I think they do offer ones for public figures that want to interact with fans on YouTube, which they never do. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I see
No.
that guy claiming to be George Lucas. I'm like, yeah, that's probably, watch it turn out to be the real George Lucas. I
You
was
know, it's funny.
watching the
George.
stream
I
the
mean,
whole
George.
time.
Yeah, George Lucas himself lives not like he lives in Chicago, like I do. He just lives, obviously lives
Oh, I
downtown.
thought he lived in Skywalker Ranch, but
No, his wife lives in Chicago. He lives with her. He lives with her and everything. So like, yeah, that's
yeah.
but yeah, going back, but yeah, I didn't like how like it was the shapeshifters were working for the Borg all along, and then the Borg were the bad guys in the last two episodes, and
Right, and that comes
I
down.
wasn't a fan of the whole Jack. I wasn't a big fan of the whole Jack Crusher story. I mean, I know a lot of people liked it because,
I did.
once again, I get it. Generations made Picard the last Picard. I get it. Terry Matalas himself did not like Generations. So they gave Picard a son. That way, you could end his arc. He had a family all along.
See, that was what I thought was the strong point of the season, was because of what they did with that. I mean, I gotta give credit where they making the Borg this scary that your offspring will still be assimilated even if you dissimilate was like it made him scary again. Whereas Voyager, that's the other thing I hate about Voyager. The Borg show up and we get them in Q-Who, and then we see them in Best of Both Worlds, and we get that, that one of the most famous endings in all of television history, or cliffhangers, I should say.
Yeah.
And we get all that, and then, despite all that struggle, then we get the, Voyager swoops in, and then they meet the Borg, and you're like, oh boy, stuff's about to get, okay, wait, didn't they run out of torpedoes? Oh, now they have special Borg torpedo. Okay, and then we're gonna, all right, and then, now we're gonna align with an even more dangerous species to fight the Borg. No, now we're aligning with the Borg because they need it.
Well, you know what?
So-
I honestly, like Scorpion Part 1 was what got me into. I was a kid. I mean, this was season 3.
Oh,
I was 12 years old. Scorpion Part 1. I saw the end of that episode. I was like, holy shit! This looks freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And so that's when I started watching
execution
Voyager.
was good. It was, well, for that particular episode and that arc.
Yeah, it was just like the event, the inevitable. We have to cross Borg space,
Yeah.
And that both of those episodes were fantastic in my opinion. Now I get it, the whole torpedo thing. Once again, Voyager not perfect, but
it's got that. Oh, I get it.
There was a lot
hold
of.
on, I figured it out. In the 32nd century, this will be Discovery Season 5.
Oh no!
This is where we're gonna find out that in between episodes, Michael Burnham would time, mushroom drive jump to Voyager's past to fix Voyager at the end of each episode, and then jump back. There it is. I solved Voyager. It's because of Burnham. Thank you. Michael Burnham, the greatest human who ever lived, as Dave Cullen would put it.
Yeah.
Michael Burnham, she's the greatest human who ever lived. She could do no wrong and always knew the right thing.
Always. Hey,
I gotta say, I feel so terrible for the actors on that show, especially Sonequa Martin Green, because she's another actress that's like, okay, this is somebody that clearly has the passion and the drive to do the job. Now let's make her a likable character. No, we're gonna make her worse. Okay.
Yeah, I not only her, but I feel something for the cast. I mean, like usually when it comes to Star Trek, like when you're part of when you become an actor for the older shows, you're part of that family. You're part of something bigger. You're part of something special. A lot of people loved it. Now with these new shows, I mean, it's just you have really bad writers. You have really bad showrunners who just completely disregard what made it special, what made it timeless, what brought fans together in the first place. Because now what these shows are doing is trying to divide people. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, and that's what Discovery and early Picard did. Now, season 3 of Picard, I think there's a good story in there. Me and Prophet have said this. I just feel that the end of Picard season 3, and I know you don't agree with this, I honestly feel I honestly feel like the Jack stuff with the whole mystery behind why he's a Borg and all the cutest Borg stuff. I thought that was honestly, I thought that was I couldn't believe any of that stuff. I think what
Too
would have
much for
been a
your
better
suspension of disbelief.
what would have been better, and this is going to be another what if. I know you talked about that. I think a better idea would have been to bring Renee.
No, what
to
ifs are
bring
legit
back-
criticism. What ifs are necessary criticism? Because see, here's the thing I also don't like when people get critical. The reason why I respect people like the Critical Drinker, for example, and of course, you know, you and what we're doing here, is because you aren't being critical for the sake of bringing it down and to, you know, poo-poo on people who like that stuff. You're being critical, and when you give what if scenarios, that's offering proper feedback because you're recognizing that there's potential for a better story to be told, and you're offering a solution. You aren't just sitting on here like, oh, this sucks, that's bad, don't watch it. If you watch it, you're supporting crap, which is crap, by the way. But you're not doing that. You didn't like it. You've articulated why you didn't like the story, and I get it. And that's the other thing. Like you have to be invested even in your villains if you don't want to if you want to tell a good story and you want your audience interested, they do have to like it. And so obviously for you, we don't have an issue of, well, it's just fans, you know, it's member Barry's Trek and I like it. There's obviously been legitimate criticism levied against it in this entire discussion, and I don't disagree with it because you're right. The standard for season 3 of Picard was fan service. That's it. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't set to, Trek was so bad by this point. We were gone so far down the bad idea Star Trek rabbit hole that it was more about, okay.
Starting with Generations.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. It's been up and down. Like Trek, even from TOS episode 1, and of course, as you pointed out, because season 3 isn't that great, has always been an up and down, you know, it has high points. It's got best of both worlds, Riker saying fire moments. It's got Picard and his brother crying in the garden, which is like best of both worlds. All right. Regardless of what you agree with, we have to agree on this. Best of both worlds is a 3-parter.
It is. I've said it myself.
Yeah.
Family is part 3.
Family is you cannot, it's like that is because that's the episode that humanizes parts 1 and 2. That is where we finally get to understand Picard. We get a little glimpse into Picard's nightmare. And so, yes. Trek has those amazing moments. We also have Naked Now. We've got Naked Time.
We got Code of Honor. We got
Code of Honor.
We got the episode with the very 80s looking episode with the season 1, the anarchists, which are just a bunch of handsome dudes with 80s hair, and then it was the matriarchal society. It was the matriarchal society episode. You had the little short dude that was the helper. He also played the android Lal in the complete bodysuit.
Oh,
same actor.
Right.
I forget his name.
The matriarchal planet. That's the planet where Star Trek Discovery season 2 was written.
Angel One. That's right. DJ Ryan, you got it.
Angel
One. Thank you.
Angel
DJ
One.
Ryan.
The origins of Star Trek Discovery.
Yes.
Star Trek Discovery's writers' room.
Yeah, but I mean, it was, I'm trying to watch it. I'm like, I can't watch this. It wasn't because I hated it. I was just like, I can't take this seriously. But like once again, like it's one of the beautiful things, and I said this earlier, episodic TV is some episodes can be, you know, disregarded for others and everything. So, but yeah, the whole thing with what I would have done with season 3 of Picard, and I think this would have been a better way to undo Generations, was to bring back Renee. I think there would have been a great way to bring back Renee. Do something with the stupid Fenris Rangers you created for Picard season 1. Like, honestly, you create this organization that never existed prior to you never created this organization prior to before Picard. Do something with them. Why do they exist? Why do they exist? Well, maybe Renee. Maybe here's an idea. I'm curious what you think. You're a writer. You're a writer. I'm not a writer. Imagine if Picard finds out that his family burned in Generations. We know that. Great scene. What if not everybody died? because we don't see what happened. We just hear about this from, he read the transmission. So who knows what's real and what's not. What if this was done by people who wanted revenge on Picard for being Locutus? Because Locutus killed a lot of people. Let's be honest. Cisco in the beginning of Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
He's like, yes, sir. He's like, he wanted to kill him, like when he was getting his orders from Picard. What if there were people outside of stuff, like families that really needed someone to blame? Well, and this would work because they used Best of Both Worlds as part of Picard season 3. I mean, we all know that. Let's just say Robert gets killed. Let's say the mother gets killed and they burn down Chateau Picard that we know. What if the leader of that group, and this tends to happen a lot, this is a trope, you kill the parents of a kid, the kid tries to kill you, you knock the kid down, and you take the kid away. You know the whole trope where the guy kills the person, then they feel bad that they left the kid alone, so they adopt the kid, and these people happen to be Fenris Rangers. And let's just say one of the crew meets up with Renee. Ideally they would use the same actor that played him and the same actor that played young Jean-Luc in the episode Rascals. Remember that episode Rascals? Where they become kids? The transport accident makes them become kids.
Speaking about another, hyper cheesy, ultra cringy Trek episode that I also enjoy. I do like that episode.
But let's just say, and I've entertained this with other people. Eventually, Picard and Renee come face to face, and Renee hates him. Renee hates Picard. Why didn't you ever come look for me? Why didn't you ever find out? Why didn't you ever find out why? Why didn't you ever find out if I was actually, alive or something like that? I thought that, and I think that would have been an interesting way to not only to undo generations, but to save family as well.
Yeah.
I know. It probably would have not been possible to get the actor back because I'm sure he hasn't acted in years, or get Ed Spiller. Just get Ed Spillers because Robert, and I think Robert was played by a British guy. Have Ed Spillers play Renee. Just have Ed Spillers play. I think Ed Spillers is a good actor. I didn't really like him as Jack so much, but I think he could have been a good. I think he could have still played, Picard's nephew and everything, and he would have carried on the Picard name. He would have, maybe he wouldn't have been in Starfleet, but he would have, he would have still, done meaningful work in the galaxy and everything. I don't know. It's just an idea. It was just an idea I felt could have saved, both, could have undid generations and saved family.
And I mean, even in a more dignified way than just putting the Enterprise D back together, because then it's actually like, we find out Renee is alive, and so Jean-Luc isn't the last of the Picards, and at the same time, we have a more, we have a more compelling story that we're attached to from the past, which is what this third season was supposed to be. And so, it's like I said, I respect that entirely, because coming up with a better option, with an alternate storyline is exactly what I think the pinnacle of good critique is because you're not doing this. It then says, it shows the difference between those fans out there who, for whatever stupid reason, have a vendetta against specifically Terry Metalis and just want to make sure that Terry doesn't make any Star Trek.
I gave him a chance. I gave Terry I took Robert Meyer Burnett. I took I took their word for it. I took their word for it. I gave it a shot. I watched all 10 episodes. I mean, they liked it. A lot of people said they liked it. You liked it.
Okay, but you don't suddenly feel the urge to, call for Terry's head and make sure he gets canceled out of Hollywood and out of work, do you?
No, I'm just disappointed, and because I know Mattel. I thought Metalis had the chops to do it because he was part of he worked on DS9.
Right, he's actually worked on Voyager.
He was part of Voyager. He was part of Enterprise. So he knows how to write. He wrote some good episodes of Enterprise. Yeah. The Dagra episode where they captured Dagra to get to get him to tell them where the Zindi weapon was. That was a great episode. Same with I mean, I don't know how you felt about the Vulcan zombie episode. I thought it was fun. I thought the Vulcan zombie episode was a fun episode.
Oh, I thought it was, like I said, the Vulcans we already knew that they were out of character by this point in that story, and it was more so establishing the ramifications and the ethical quandary of, okay, well, one of our crew members isn't going to be healthy if we put this crap in the ship. Well, I guess we're just going to rough it then and not have the special the special stuff. I'd like to real quick, put on our perspective glasses just for a second. Let's take a quick step back and let's think for a second. As logical, critical thinking Star Trek fans that we are, and while I do agree that why I respect your criticism and think that we need to hear more of it and like this channel going forward is because, like I said, you provide solutions. And in providing a solution for an alternate story, it gives the option to think about what we're going to do for the next story. Now, Terry is very excited to want to do Star Trek Legacy. I myself, I want to see it improve, and I do have high expectations for it, though. Like, if Terry wants to succeed, I hope he's been using the downtime with the writer's strike and the current actor's strike to rewatch some Deep Space Nine and rewatch some of the higher days of Next Generation, because that's where the good stuff is, too. And I hope he is listening to channels like this for actual criticism and that he can... because I would like him to improve as a storyteller.
Dave Blass, who I got into a little bit of a beef with on Twitter. I don't know if you saw that.
I did, and I think there's misunderstanding on both sides with that.
Yeah, so, yeah, I apologized during one of my streams. I was like, I regret some of the things I said. But ultimately, I think one thing he did say was that they do watch. They do watch, even with little viewers like I get, they do watch people talking about it. So they were aware of my streams and everything. So but yeah, I just went off on him. I just went off. I'm like, dude, what you did is not cool. Grow the hell up. You're the production design. You're the production manager of a show. I mean, come on. Don't make me tell you Herman Zimmerman's the better production designer. I'm kidding. Yeah. I'm kidding. By the way, I did like. I don't know how you felt. You talked about how they recreated the Enterprise D bridge and all that. I was reading up on like the way Herman Zimmerman redesigned the Enterprise D bridge for Generations and everything. I thought that was. I liked how they made it more cinematic. They made it more detailed. They made some of the stuff more detailed and everything. They made the captain's chair higher and all that. So I don't know. The between Herman Zimmerman's production design, between Dennis McCarthy's music, Patrick Stewart's brilliant acting, and especially during that scene where he's warning Renee, him and Counselor Troy, he's talking to Counselor Troy about Renee and the family and all that. I thought that was brilliant. The nostalgia really kicked it really kicked in for me with Generations, despite the questions I was asking during that movie.
Kicked in hard for me too at Picard season 3 in several different places. So I get it. I understand.
I didn't. I don't know. I didn't get. You know what did sell? I'll be honest. There were a few things that did do it for me with Picard season 3. Hearing the music when they go into space dock in episode 1. Really, I was re-listening to. I didn't have time to listen to my entire Picard season 3 discussion. I only listened to the first 2 episodes. I really soured on episode 2, but episode 1 I was excited. Like, I actually liked the first episode. I actually really enjoyed. I was really excited to see where it would go. And then when episode 2 came out, nothing happens in the episode except them arguing about what to do with Jack. I was just like, okay, this feels very Picard season 1, episode 7 or 8 or something like that, where nothing happens. I'm just like, not again. I was just like, not again, and everything. And then I don't know. And things didn't make sense. The decisions didn't make sense in that episode. And that's kind of what soured me with Picard. And then the rest of the show happened, and there was the other highlight of that season, and Prophet actually agrees with me, and Prophet's the rage baiter. At least that's not what we joke about. I'm the gatekeeper, he's the rage baiter. But we both really liked episode 5, the one with Ro. I felt that was Picard. Picard felt like he was Picard, like he had agency, like he was. I mean, he had this agency. He was talking
Yeah.
like he sounded like the captain again. I mean, you don't. I mean, you can be an old man. You can be an elderly man and still have. You can still have some presence. You know,
Yeah.
you can still have some gravitas.
So the theme of the first 4 episode, the first 4 episode mini arc there is actually, I felt that he was getting that by episode 4, because what we see in those first 4 episodes is that we realize it establishes that they are so out of practice, they have forgotten how to work together. And that's what I like in episode 4, when we get that moment of Picard saying and rallying, Riker and Crusher, like, let's do what we're good at. Let's do what we know how to do. And then we get that, moment of coming back to it, and then they get the ship and they get safe and they ride the wave out of there, the pregnancy wave or the birth wave, I guess you could say, of the new creature that's born. And that started to feel proper Star Trek to me by then. And then episode 5 came in hot and hard, and it was really good. And so the things that I just want to touch on though and point out are, we got to consider, where was Star Trek by the time Picard season 3 got? Well, it was in the shitter. Like, we had flushed the toilet by this point.
It was such a low point that, I mean, like, one thing I will agree on is that season 3 of Picard is the best of New Trek. That's one thing I will definitely. Now, I don't agree that it's better than Voyager or anything like that, but because I have rewatched Voyager. Okay. I still enjoy parts of, not every episode, but I enjoy, once again, that's the beauty of episodic TV. And like you said, pilot, the reasons. Yes, there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems with that.
We could still do episodic serial.
The fresh out of space dock approach at the end with Voyager. Oh, come on. It was Quantum. Quantum is the reason why they kept doing it. That's why the ship was always clean. That's why Alana was just that damn good. And they had a good cleaning service. They had They built their own torpedoes. They didn't need. They replicated. Even though they had replicator rations, I don't even remember. I don't remember.
Doesn't. Yeah, no.
Voyager has a lot of problems. I agree.
Should have followed the DS9 model.
It is the least of the classic shows, in my opinion. It is, and so like top for me is TOS, because I love season 1, then DS9, then TNG, then Enterprise, and then Voyager. I don't know if you've ever seen the animated show. I've only watched it once. It's like watching Scooby-Doo. It's kind of rough. It gets kind of rough. Maybe at one point I'll watch it again, but
if you're willing to give Trek animation another try,
Prodigy.
You could try that one. Aravic did ask about Lower Decks. I actually do watch Lower Decks. Now
I watched a few episodes. I watched the DS9 one, which I thought was. I like the B plot. I don't like Mariner at all. I don't like the character. I don't like her. The A plot that she was in with that DS9 episode. I was like, what is this?
Yeah,
I don't like the character.
Her redeeming moment is actually in the first episode of that season. Season 3, episode 1, where she gets her moment of rebuilding, and that's where her likability begins, at least for me. Because I agree. I could not. Good night, Mark Clark. Thanks for popping in.
Good night, sir.
Season 1 is rough. Season 1 is very much Rick and Morty Star Trek. I haven't even watched it all the way through. I tried recently because I started getting into it in season 2, but I watched that first episode when it first aired, and I was like, I can't do it. Mariner sucks, obviously, for the same reasons that Mikey Spock or whatever sucks in episode 1 in Discovery. And then there's basically she sucks because she doesn't suck. But at the same time, Mariner did have at least a bit of character background to explain it. She's a 7-year ensign because she gets in trouble all the time. And they actually do a good job of working on that in later seasons. But that first season, they treat, Tendi, the wide-eyed Starfleet officer, like crap, like, oh, yeah, it's just work, shut up. Like, which I could relate to because I put up with that in the Coast Guard all the time when I was, like, getting to a new unit. Like, oh, this is great. Oh, I've been here for 3 years. Can't wait to leave. Oh. Lovely. So I get it, that exists, but at the same time, where's the wonder? Where's the Star Trek? Well, I will say that in season 2, they actually treat Boimler with some dignity and respect, and they actually acknowledge that, yes, the classical music and the logical diplomacy is part of Star Trek, and it's part of why we love Star Trek, and they even respect and acknowledge it, like in the second episode of Season 2. By Season 3, man, they came in hard with the fan service on that first episode. If you love First Contact,
Okay.
you might tear up a bit with that episode. And now, I would say in Season 4, halfway through this season, this show feels more like Futurama Star Trek. So it's its own thing. It's not really, it goes back to the point of my video. It's diversifying Star Trek's portfolio. It's getting Roddenberry's ideas out there to an audience that wouldn't otherwise see it. And it gives us an opportunity to talk about Star Trek and go rewatch our favorite Star Trek in the process and keep the Star Trek conversation alive and well. So that's probably ultimately why, at the end of the day, whether Star Trek's good or bad, I don't care, because Star Trek can be as terrible as it wants. They can even have an episode where they go and, make James Kirk into a woman. It doesn't change the fact that in 1966, in TOS, James Kirk was a man, always will be a straight man, and that is just, that's there. That's in the show. That's forever. That universe always exists, no matter what they try to change or push. And X-Wing, if you're still here, same goes for Star Wars. Doesn't matter what they're putting out. They can't just unmake and undo, unless they destroy every physical copy of Star Wars and Star Trek ever made. All they're going to do is give us an opportunity to talk about Star Trek and bring fans to real Star Trek. And so that's what I take advantage of with all of it, whether we love or hate it. But I'm also a big believer in recognizing change. And I think especially Strange New Worlds, despite that musical episode that was not earned, the rest of the season was great. Like, there's a lot of great episodes that's more focused on the other characters, like we like to see in Star Trek. And so now, the only problem with Strange New Worlds is it's too damn short. We need our 20 episode seasons back, because it does go back to that
I watched a little bit of that, and I don't like the new, like, I don't like how the ship is run and all that. Like,
well, it's
honestly, I mean, I wanted TOS. I wanted TOS, Captain Pike, I wanted the Cage Captain Pike. I wanted that crew, and I wanted to see connections between that crew and what we see in Where No Man Has Gone Before. You could have had Alden as the communications officer. He didn't have any lines, but he was there. He had a name. He was Uhura's predecessor. You should have had him in there. You should have had Dr. Boyce retire to have Dr. Piper take over as the doctor, not Dr. Mbenga. Dr. Mbenga was the specialist who worked for McCoy. Now, maybe have him on as an intern. That would have been a good idea. Or maybe he had a relationship with Spock beforehand. Who knows? I'm completely lost. But yeah, I watched a little bit of it, and I just I didn't really like the episodes. I did watch the What If episode of What If Balance of Terror was the Enterprise was in command by Pike, by Anson Mount, friend boss. I call him the friend boss because he seems more like a friend boss than the captain.
He's definitely Captain Dad, but that's also kind of more reflective to where the modern military is at this point.
Yeah, because if you remember Captain Pike, he was a harder ass than Kirk. Captain Pike in the Menagerie, when he was in a freaking wheelchair, was more based than Anson Mount's Captain Pike. Like, he's telling Spock not to save him, and he's and he literally says, he says, Spock, you're guilty, bitch, you're guilty. He voted guilty during that court martial and everything, and he was pretty matter of fact, even though he had no lines. You just hear beep, beep, beep. That's it. So. Well, that's just my opinion.
Strange New Worlds isn't TOS. It's its own universe at this point. It's a different. That's the
only way. That's the only way to see it. And because of that, I'm just not interested. I watched a few. I gave it a shot. It was like with Kenobi. It was like they're bringing these things back that are just making me curious about it. I'm watching them, and it's just. It sours me. The more and more I give these things a shot, the more I get soured about them. and
Yeah.
I just don't like that. I don't want to. I don't like.
Well,
I
then,
was worried Picard
honestly,
was going to sour me with the Next Generation. Luckily, it didn't.
well, no, and it didn't. For me, it elevated Next Gen because I mean, you got to admit though, Frakes' performance, he felt like a Riker that we had already seen on Star Trek Titan TV series for like 10 years. I
No, no,
felt that
Riker was like, you killed us all in front of the crew when to Picard. I'm like,
right.
you're the
Because-
captain. You don't say that shit in front of the crew, and you're the captain. You take ownership of what you do. I mean,
Yeah.
I had a discussion with this with a guy who was in the Marine Corps, and he's like, dude, you're responsible. You don't say
Right, sorry,
stupid
it's
stuff
after
like
that.
that.
Episode that he starts to come back to the Riker that we know, and that it's like, they have their talk afterwards, and they set the tone and realize there's no point in fighting.
He was the
being
best
mad.
part of episode 1. I liked him in episode
Yeah.
1. He was great in episode 1.
Oh, I
Like,
also, as someone who's dealt with a lot of grief and there, a lot of loss and whatnot, the scene between him and Troy in the prison about, Troy realizing that just because you know grief, you can't force someone to go through it faster. Like, that was another good piece that I think happened, and those two, Marina Sirtis and Frakes, really killed it on that scene.
I didn't like it because it was from Picard season 1. That whole
What? No, I'm talking about
them losing their son.
right.
That was
Yeah.
about him losing their son. They lost a son
Right.
in season 1 that we never met. They just
Right.
because instead of stem cells, we have data positronic clone cells.
Oh yeah, that premise
that would have
was bad.
saved their son. I forgot what was their son's name.
Yeah.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus. Yeah.
I'm like, I would have loved, I would have loved to have met Thaddeus. I would have loved
Right.
to see him, but no, they had to kill him.
No, in Picard season 1, we had to repeat generations with our sad family moments, and we had to see, and that's why I think Terry made it work in season 3, because he kind of half referenced it, and that's what he did a decent job of, was acknowledging that this is what happened. And that's what I'm trying to say is like,
Oh.
this is what Terry had to work with, and the pressure was on to make Trek work. And so that's why I think he probably opted for, well, you know what? I'm going to pull out my fan scripts, and I'm going to do the fan service stuff that I've wanted to see as a kid this whole time because, well, things are bad anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I would love to interview Terry Matalas at some point and have an honest dialogue like this back and forth, but I'm not going to hold it against him at this point because it's almost like Picard season 3 is in like a similar predicament with Star Trek 5. Except the predicament is Star Trek 5 is riding the high success of Star Trek and has to be good because Star Trek's already good, whereas Picard season 3 just needed to be all right. And it's right. We're already in the we're already in the sewer of Trek. That's how bad we've gotten. Like, with where were we at? We had like Lower Decks. Well, Lower Decks was finally starting to course correct, and that's the other thing. Like I said, Strange New Worlds is course correcting still. It's getting better. I've seen improvements, and I think by the 3rd season, you might actually come back to it. We'll see. I don't know. I can't. I only know you as well as I do, and I'm happy to, but I only have my taste and my enjoyment of stuff, and I can only share in what I love and get across my points that I like. But at the end of the day, I'm just happy to sit here and talk about Star Trek, and that's why I think that I can't. That's why I can't get on board with the doom or gloom of it'd be better to not have Star Trek. No, it wouldn't.
I don't know about that. I might actually disagree. I might disagree on that one, but we'll save that for a future thing. But we're 4 hours in. Thank you for doing this. It was a great little debate. It was a great little back and forth. And I completely got my ass kicked, everybody. So don't fuck with Petey York and his takes and all that. And Petey York's right about several things. And the big thing is, no, don't name call people because they like something. We all have our guilty pleasures. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that what you're liking is guilty pleasure, but we all like things for several reasons. Okay, so just because someone likes something doesn't mean they're idiots or something.
Right.
So just keep that in mind when you're dealing with someone. And my approach is if I don't like something and somebody does like something, I would ask, what do you like about it? I'm curious.
Exactly. That's exactly what that's all TWB, that's all I do on Twitter is challenge people, you know, because there is a toxic element to the fandom on both ends of that coin. You know,
Yeah,
it's two
I've noticed
sides.
it too. I've noticed
It's
it
two
too.
sides of the same toxicity. And I mean, I'm sorry to say, but at this point, anti-woke has now just become as toxic as woke, because it's now people are so against the thing that they have to hate it. And it's
It
like,
becomes a boogeyman. It
no.
becomes a boogeyman.
Yeah,
Basically,
exactly.
they see it, and they immediately condemn it. I'm okay with different ideas, but once again, you can't preach it
Right.
like it's like it's the thing, and B, I mean, there's several viewpoints on that subject. Once again, you have to write in a way that anybody can watch and anybody can, anybody will think like, okay, maybe I should read up on this, and maybe not be so ignorant on the subject. Once again, another bigger YouTuber said, it's food for thought, and I totally agree with that and everything. So
Yeah, and the thing is, the way that we improve these shows is by having that healthy dialogue, by calling out those other toxic shill fans that are out there like, oh, it's the best Star Wars ever, or the best Star Trek ever, and it's like, no, it's not. You're just as idiotic as people that are calling people idiots for liking it at that point, because now you're trying to force people to like things when they don't. When there's a clear, you know, obvious, like, no, this product is bad, that's when I start to be like, okay, no, you need to call that. That's when, that's the difference between an actual shill and then when people say, oh, you're just a shill for Filoni. No, I'm a shill for good storytelling and the potential for good storytelling. And then thank you, for pushing it up there. So this is the link to.
so this is PD York's time to not only plug his channel but also to plug his work.
So, this is my book, my original sci-fi conspiracy thriller, Galaxia. You can get it on Amazon, $4.99 for digital, and then of course, print's $20. But you can see here for about $20, you're getting quite a book, over 150,000 words. My first big boy novel, actually my first ever actual published novel, and I'm need to make time to start writing my sequel as well as other writing projects and whatnot. But of course, any support you guys can give to help get my work out there, take the time to read it, review it, all that is appreciated. And then of course, I'll switch my account on the viewer here. And if you also like it, tomorrow's topic on the Writer Brothers is going to be, is the Orville Star Trek for Casual Free for All Friday. This is a new show I started where I mostly solo host, or I can have guests on. I mean, if you're available and want to come on tomorrow, you're more than welcome. And we're just going to talk. I'm just going to start the conversation about Orville and Star Trek and see where it goes from there. I mean, it's open-ended. We could pretty much we could start with Orville and end up on Bigfoot and aliens or politics. Who knows?
So I got a question though with this Galaxis. Is that how you pronounce it? Oh, Galaxia.
Galaxia,
just like the main villain of Sailor Moon season 5. Okay, that's beside the point.
First time hearing of it.
Yeah, I'll eventually. I'll talk about it later. We gotta run out of time. So Galaxia. So what was let's say someone comes across this book. Let's say some asshole named Chillporeal, for instance. How would you? What inspired Galaxia? Like, what particular works inspired Galaxia? How would you sell this? How would you sell this to me? Like, what? How would?
If you don't buy my book, you love terrorism. No, I'm just kidding.
Of course.
Buying my book is communism, and buying my book is communism. There.
But what inspired? Did any shows or any other books or any other any movies inspire Galaxia?
Yes. Heavily influenced by Star Trek and those types of shows, because I started writing this while I was patrolling in the Bering Sea in 2017. Okay. So it's very much based on my experiences, loosely based, I should say, because it's not like specifically word for word. There's parts that I draw from legit experience, and a lot of it's still a sci-fi story, so it takes place in space. And so it's based on my experience in the U.S. Coast Guard, and so I've got actual. I came up with my own ranks and stuff, and so there's a lot of my own creativity that's involved with it. But oh no, that's not it. Where is it? I'll show the other thing that came with this. But yeah, I've been writing fan fiction for a while. I've got dreams of one day making a Star Wars video game, and maybe that'll still happen. I don't know. But I realized that I needed to prove to myself my own capabilities. And so, oh, that's right, I put it somewhere else. I was going to pull out the copyright letter for it, but that I was going to show is ultimately, I don't know where this story is going to go. I don't know how far or wide it would be, and I would love to get an adaptation either from Apple TV or Prime if they stay to the story. Well, it's not if they stay. I'm not for sale. Let's put it to you that way. I'm not going to sell out the rights to my story just for a few bucks so I can eat. I'm literally going to... I look at George Lucas and the fact that he sold his universe for $4 billion and he regrets it. And that tells me all I need to know about selling out in the end. It's just not worth it. And that's the other thing that I've realized too, is like,
is your main character a guy, by the way?
I've got 3 main characters, 2 males and 1 female. And,
if you sell it out, they're going to be all female. They're all going to be insufferable.
The Netflix version. Yeah.
The Netflix version. And then they're going to be more villain. They're going to be more villainous than your villain. I'm assuming there's a villain in this book. Your main that's basically what Amazon and Rafe Judkins are doing to Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time books. Like, I'm sorry, I'm reopening an old wound from watching.
No, I get it. 2. The reason I trust Prime at the moment, despite the little tidbits I've heard from your end and other ends, that is because, well, they did handle The Expanse well. And
you think so? I think it was better on Sci-Fi, to be honest. The first 3 seasons.
Well,
I mean, I like season 4. I like the first half of season 5. The Amos arc was still solid, but the Naomi stuff just at the second half of the season, it's just like, come on. And I didn't even finish season 6.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do too, because I've heard it was the last season and I haven't gotten around. I stopped watching it, but I wanted to get back into it. But Silo is definitely, Silo. Apple's probably where I'd go because of how they handled Silo. I mean, Apple's probably, in my opinion, Apple is the best streamer available right now because they've had such just bangers.
For All Mankind, I heard was really good. At least the first 2 seasons. The Foundation was recommended. I know I've heard mixed things about Foundation. Some people liked it, some people didn't.
I didn't. At least the first season. I've heard the second season gets better, and hey, you know what? I'll probably get around to it because we're gonna have content drop for a bit. While the strike gets caught up from.
Yeah.
And then we wait for exciting new renewals. But yeah, no, that's it's first person, told from the perspective of 3 different characters, and it's all in real time. And yeah, I mean, there's color-coded version available because it's basically, I could pretty much transcribe this to a screenplay fairly quickly or a video game script. I mean, I wrote it as action adventure-y as possible while still being worth your time.
So everybody, if you're interested in looking for a new book, this new science fiction book, check out Galaxia by P.D. York, and let's support him. Let's help him get some sales going here. So
let's
hopefully
do a book club on this in the near future. Why not? If you all read it and we all want to get on stream together, even if you're just it doesn't have to just be him and I up here. Bring it was Brian, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Brian and I up here. It could literally a DJ Ronnie G or Don if you want to come. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. Hell, that'd be a lot of fun. A book club stream.
But so definitely keep that in mind. And you already talked about you're doing a stream tomorrow talking about the Orville and all that. So everybody check him out. You're gonna be competing with me because I'm doing my serial horror. I'm doing my serial horror chat tomorrow. With Fanzine. We're talking American Werewolf in London. The thing is, I have to watch it now. To watch it now. I wasn't sure how long the stream would be, but I think officially this is the longest Chillporeal stream now. We've really talked quite a bit about a lot of stuff. And thank you for doing this. So hi King Feanor, if you're still out there, I think our stream got beaten by this one. So sorry. So,
I guess you guys will have to do another one, and then I'll have to come back and beat that time.
We'll have to do. Yeah, that's exactly what we'll have to do. But yeah, man, I really appreciate it. This was a fun stream. It was a great debate. I mean, neither. I mean, I didn't attack you. You didn't attack me. This was
No.
perfect. I think this was a perfect conversation between adults, and I think the things that you had to say were valid, and I really appreciate it. And this is a great way. Once again, it's good to have conversations like this because it's good for the brain. It's good for, once again, food for thought. Makes you think. I mean, we all like to think we're right all the time. The thing is, it's not true.
No.
So I mean.
There's a clear difference between what is right and being right, and they rarely ever often align, because in the pursuit of trying to be right, you can get lost and forget that what matters in the end is that we are all human and we all have our ideas and whatnot, and Brian's got some great critique as far as what he would have done differently, that, like I said, I think that plays that's forward thinking, that's forward progress discussion, because that's improvement. That's giving a solution. That's not, oh, this sucks and you're bad, quit.
And that was even with the Picard streams, we tried not to just hate it. I mean, we didn't want to. I mean, I kept saying I want to like this, and I mean, I was re-listening to it today, and Prophet was saying same thing. I mean, we were called an echo chamber by someone during the episode 2, discussion, and we were just like, no. I mean, we disagreed on stuff. There were things that I felt a certain way, Prophet felt a certain way, Alex felt a certain way, and Gray, Wakizashi Tea House, we all felt differently about things, and that was, I think, what made our discussions great.
I agree, and that's why, for me at the time, the way you guys, I didn't know you guys that well, so I wasn't sure, so I just walked away from y'all because I didn't agree at the time, but I didn't, I didn't walk away completely. I just stepped out of that conversation because I felt that it was going to be had the way it was going to be had, and that it's just, we didn't agree. I didn't see anything productive coming of it, but at the same time, to go along with that, I support people who bail from shows. Halo, we watched one episode. We hated it. And we told everybody why we hated it. You know what we did after that the following week? We moved on. And then we basically reference Halo anytime we talk about moving on from a series, because that's what we do. If our panel doesn't like a show, so yeah, like I said, every Tuesday we also do a podcast for 2 hours, and that's part of what we discuss. That's part of the discussions we do have. It's just like this. It's like everybody's got their ideas on how to fix and make the perfect Star Trek and Star Wars, and we should all give everybody that chance to have that talk. But you're not going to get there if you keep calling people poo-poo heads or comparing your viewing experiences to real-life tragedy.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, but once again, thank you for doing this.
Yep.
And well, everybody, have a good night. Stay Chillporeal, and let's take a look at who is going to be in the next Chillporeal. Later.